Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's a Wednesday, so that means it's time for some Factorio space exploration. And let's see, where was I last time? Well, apparently there's another probe rocket about to launch, so obviously I'm a bit lower on these things than I thought I was. Either that or the calculation at the other end is screwy, possibly because it's not including these. I should probably have a look at this. I've distracted myself already. Wow, that's an extra quick distraction compared to normal. So let's have a quick look at Norvis Orbit. What's going on down here? And there's going to be plenty of room for them because we've got all of this chest space down here. And there is currently several. I don't know. I can't see the greens. I can't see what's going on, how much there is in the greens. Okay, we're asking for another 500. Now at the other end, there's like 3,000 in here. So that's not worked quite as it should do. So I think, let's see, this, yes, this is not connected to this. That's the problem. Right. Okay, well, let's fix that first. That's sort of an important thing to do. Let's hook that up to here. Yes, here. Right, so the way this all works is much like many other places where I'm monitoring stuff. It keeps an eye on how many of these things there are that we know about. And then if the number of whatever it is it's watching for is less than 0, then we load in an additional thing into here. Now, it occurs to me a little bit that this still might not be quite correct because I've got all of this being done by red cables. I've hooked that up to here and to here and to here. So, no, I think that's probably all right. What have we got on here? So, no, that's still only on the green side. Okay. Right, I think that means if I link that to there, then that should now that is red, so that's good. Was it? I don't think it was red before. Let's have a check. Oh no, it is still red. However, yeah, this connection through here is not being passed through, so that's that's definitely not going to work. We'll need to connect that to there. Now I don't know. Does anyone happen to know? Everything equals. Oh yes. Yeah, let's make that a less than 0. That's very weird. I don't know why that was an equal 0. Oh, I guess if it was... Oh! I remember why. No, this was correct. Kind of. Right, so what we had before... Ah, yes, it's a two-part thing. Yes, I see what's going on here. Right, so what we've got... Right, yes, what we've got going on here, I remember now, is this bit up here is supposed to be controlled by the signal from Norvis Orbit that says if there's fewer than 0, so if there's fewer than 0 on that, then these will run. This one is supposed to monitor for what's on these belts here. So actually that shouldn't be there. Or there. That shouldn't be there. Can't get that right. Is that to that one? Yes, that one. And then that one. Right. So what's supposed to happen here? That was an if anything's less than 0 as well. So that should be if everything equals 0. So right, what's supposed to happen here? And let's get rid of that green cable as well because that was wrong too. It was. No, it's still wrong. That's supposed to be hooked up to there. That isn't supposed to be hooked up to. There we go. Right. So these pass through here, but this won't flick pass stuff across unless this belt is empty, and this belt will only be empty when we've blocked this here. Now, there is a problem in this, and that's that this should include both what's being brought up from here and probably what's in here. I don't know actually. No, this can just fill up. That'll be all right. Yeah, that's fine. So this fills this chest up, but we don't get any more launches until this belt is empty, and this belt isn't going to empty once that blocks because the belt's full. Okay, I think that's probably okay. Probably. Yeah, I shouldn't have touched it. It was right in the first place. Okay. So, right. Hello and welcome to the stream, and I'll stop trying to fix things when I'm not thinking things through properly. So, just before I started this, I was having a look at the possible other planets here, because one of the things on my list is to go out and build up more core mining processing facilities. So I was thinking about places I could do that, and I think I should probably go out to Henkisesui and Frost and build up core mining systems on both of those, because currently they don't have any core mining, but they do have other stuff using the ores that's being dug up out of the normal mining patches. So having the core mining on those would sort of extend everything and make everything work and everything work a bit better, and we get more core fragments through. So I think that's probably a good idea. I'll make a note of that, stick it on the list. So that was Henk and Frost, core mining, Henk, Frost. But that's going to be some other time because at the moment I've got other things on my mind. Hey guys, hey Arctic Void, 360 degree, and so on. Welcome to the stream. So last time I came out here, I put in this extra mine over here because I had a massive shortage of. That's going again, is it? Okay, I've obviously passed more stuff through, but it's gone red, so it won't do it again. Yeah, so I built up this mine over here in order to get more Necrotite coming through, and that's great. It is essentially working. So happy with that. But it's still not fast enough. Now, part of the reason it's not fast enough is because we've run out of sulfur, and therefore we've run out of acid in the central area, and that's why this one and this one, excuse me, are no longer running. So that's a little bit of a problem, and it means it's taking a lot longer to fill up this spaceship than it should. However, I'm sort of writing this spaceship off as a little bit of a failure, and I'm waiting for the next spaceship to actually get all the way out here. And currently it's there, so it's like a third of the way if we include the flying around in Kalidas orbit-ish, something like that. Anyway, so it's still got some way to go. When it gets out here, it's bringing some sulfur with it, so we can then carry on making stuff. So this is all fixes up all of the problems we had last time. Now, but I had an idea. I was thinking, what if I don't do this? This is all a bit of a nonsense. What if we bring everything around here and we just set these to blacklist on nothing, so they'll load in absolutely anything. In fact, we'll put in a few more of those, like that, and then all of these can dump across into this chest, and then this chest. I don't need anything like this many inserters for this job, to be honest, but never mind. So we'll pass everything over up into this one, and then we'll filter these on. Actually, we'll take out that first. I mean that one, and then we'll filter these on iron, and that way I've got a general storage area here that will store both of them. So we won't run out of space for sulfur because it's less dense than iron. The sulfur will just with this, the sulfur and the iron will just fill up both of them, and it'll be loaded into this one, down into this one, up into this one, and then it'll get unloaded onto the belt in the correct arrangement. So I think this is all going to work nicely. I think, and we'll famous last words and all that, but I think it's probably okay. And the theory is, oh no, wait, this won't work because this will be full of iron. Ah, crap. You can't program space in. Oh rats, this is not going to work. I mean, actually, in theory, it is because we're never going to get more than 5,000 iron, but we already have a lot more than 5,000 iron, so this is going to cause problems. Actually, no, it's not actually because all of this combined is less than one warehouse full. You can't reserve spots in warehouses. They're not that smart. It's only trains and your own infantry where you can do that. Oh, I thought I had a really good idea then, and it turns out I didn't. Bah. Is there a way to do this cleverly? I don't think there is. I think what I will do though is just store iron in this one and sulfur in these three because the sulfur is so much bigger. So okay, we'll go back to plan A. Except we'll send the iron off to the left here. Oh, I was so nearly a good idea, except it clearly wasn't. Oh well, at least I thought it through far enough for it to. Actually, these can just be. Actually, no. Let's set them up properly, just because I'm bound at some point. I'm bound to bring something over here, other than the obvious things I'm expecting. So let's get these set up to filter, at least so I don't get problems later. The rest of them can all be programmed though. That does mean that the belts are the opposite way around though, which is mildly annoying. I'll pick up all. Yeah, I'll just pick up all of this. Didn't think that one all the way through at all, did I? No, I didn't. There we go. Right, and then down here we'll have some inserters that are unloading sulfur. Okay, so I've not really changed this very much. I've just gone. Although the significant change I've made is that I've moved it now to storing sulfur in 3 warehouses and iron in 1 because iron stacks up to 100, sulfur only stacks up to 50. There we go. Yes. Okay. Yes, that's true. Actually, I could. Yes, I could program the inserters not to insert if the next warehouse has more than of whatever it's trying to pass across in it. That would work actually. Oh well, I've got this set up now, and I think this is going to be simpler and therefore more elegant and probably better. I think simplicity. Whilst yes, I certainly could do that with circuit conditions. You're quite right. I think that this method, because it's simpler, I think it's probably going to be more reliable, and therefore I'm going to stick with it for now. Okay, the next thing I wanted to do is I wanted to see if there was another decent-sized patch of naquitite sort of quite nearby. So for that, I'm going to use the sneaky, slightly cheaty explory thingy, and just have a bit of a look up here because this is sort of the area I haven't looked around yet. Oh, there's a little patch. I don't think there is. All of these patches seem to be either small or further away than what I'm actually looking for. So now we've got, yeah, and I was hoping for something that was about this sort of distance away, but there just aren't any Naquim. I mean, there's a little one down there, but it's further away and it's tiny. There's one up here, that's 2.5 million. It's not very big. So I think I'm going to come back at some point in the future with a lot more space rail and go off to perhaps these ones over here that are crazy big. ones down, or just explore a bit further out and see if I can find something that's massive. Yeah, Pinky, I'm in Realm of Shadows, which is a distant asteroid field. So if I go out to the map, it's one of these deep space asteroid fields. Calidus orbit is where I started off. All of my planets are, and I've had to fly out all the way out here to get some Naquium. And yes, it is quite shadowy and dark. And I'm currently waiting for this ship to bring its load of sulfur out to here. And when it does, I'll tell this ship to get lost, to head back with what it's got. I mean, it's more than half full. It's about it's about 2/3 full, I'd say. It's a sort of vague eyeballing of the numbers here, so it's not done too badly, and there's still a little bit coming through. But until we get a bit more sulfur in here, it's gonna struggle a bit. But we're getting there. We are producing the stuff. We're getting there gradually. So what else did I need to do out here before I go? I wanted to set up some meteorite defenses, but I don't have the stuff with me for that. I don't think I did. I've got the one gun, but oh yes, well, that was another thing. Yes, so when I head back to Norvis, one of the things I want to do is to set the system up to load anti-meteorite cannon shell thingies into these guns as well. And yes, I have put the red cables in, so they'll be monitored by this transmitter. Good. I want to put in more trains, more Naquium mines here, but I can't do that because I don't have enough rail with me. At least I don't think I do. No, I've got like 350, which isn't going to be remotely enough to get out to any of the further patches. So on the way back, I'm going to fix up the problems in the asteroid belt with the uranium mining. Then I'm going to go over to Tulip and sort out the Naquium processing. And then I'm going to sort of carry on fixing things from there. And at that point, I can probably start thinking about doing Deep Space Science 2, because I'll have shaved all of the yaks and be ready to carry on with something else. Now, one of the other little things I did notice was I completely forgot when I set this up, but here we've got the copper being mined and then combined with water to make it into rocket fuel. Great. That works slowly, but it works. And that was to power my trains over here. But the thing I forgot is that making rocket fuel that way also creates scrap. So you can see a bit of it there on the end of this belt. So let's gather that up. There we go. Now it's flowing freely again. As you can see, we are making rocket fuel very, very slowly. We've loaded this one up to a grand total of 18 so far, and this one, which probably gets the first dibs on it. Oh, this one's got to 27. So actually, it's nearly there. It's producing it faster than it's being burnt, which is the important thing. But over here, I need to put in something that's just going to collect all of that scrap that's being created with the rocket fuel, so that we don't get an excess, a surplus of it anywhere. Scrap is that one, and then I need a thing to dump it into a chest, like that. Now it's producing very, very small quantities of scrap. As you saw, I picked up 7 there, which isn't a huge amount. It stacks up to about 100. It's going to be fine. Now I could, I suppose, put in a space assembly machine, one of these here, and one of these, and then one of these, and then make that scrap into landfill. I think that's a thing. I thought that was a thing. I thought you could make scrap straight into landfill to get rid of it. No, that way. Yeah, you can make it. Oh, you make it in a recycling facility. Do I have one of those in my pockets? I do not. Okay, well, we won't be doing that then. We'll just let it fill up that chest. And that'll probably be fine. There's a lot of room in a chest, but for a lot of scrap. So I think that'll be fine. Yeah, no, Realm of Shadows is just really, really well named for where it is, because it's all dark and gloomy out here. Yeah, yes, I didn't bring any. Didn't bring any recycling machines with me. I got some mechanical facilities for this stuff, but no recycling machines, sadly. So we'll just have to go without for that. Okay. So I think that's everything I want to do here. I am going to wait for this ship to arrive, and then just make sure things are ticking over properly for all of that, and then we'll think about flying back over to Calidus and trying to get some other stuff built up and working a bit more nicely. Was there anything else in here that I can think about while I'm at it? I need to boost. Oh yes, I discovered I need to boost the coolant production in my science park. So if we look over at Norvis Orbit, my science park, was it science? Yeah, science production park, I think it was. So down here, we need a few more of these machines here making the super chill thermofluid, because that's just not keeping up. It's drained, and that's causing everything to grind to a halt. So again, yeah, gonna need to come along, put in at least another one of these machines. I'd like to put in more than one, but it's kind of tight around here because I never leave enough space. Maybe I'll put them in over here and with some underground pipes. That shouldn't be too difficult, probably, except that all these tanks are in the way. I can probably manage that. Um, and then we'll get some more super chilled thermofluid up and running and being produced, and that'll allow up here to go a bit to go a bit faster, making the making the what do you call them? It's deep space science packs, which are, yeah, as you can see, the thermofluid is the limiting factor here. That's just not being produced fast enough. Otherwise, things seem to be actually pretty good here. We've got more Naquium coming through because I finally got around, right at the end of the last stream. I finally got around to putting this in to pass to do the Naquium plates a bit quicker, and that's working nicely. We seem to actually have enough Naquium being brought over, which is I feel is quite an achievement. How are we doing here? 184. Okay, not doing that well with Naquium. But that's because the system is a bit slow at the other end on Tulip, and I've got plans to go and speed that up. I probably don't have the parts to build a recycling facility. The thing about space exploration is a lot of the more advanced machines, there are so many things that you need to build them. Like, I don't have any red circuits. I'm not going to build those from scratch because I don't have any plastic with me. I don't know. Yeah, just no. I don't have any big electric motors or the bits to make. I don't have any of that stuff. And it's just generally not worth carrying it around with you most of the time. I suppose I could have my spaceship up here with a chest in it that has a little bit of everything, so that I can make machines like that when I need them. But it's okay. This chest is going to last for approximately forever, even with all of this powering, even with all of these speed modules. This machine is still fairly slow, and it's only a 10% chance of producing scrap. And I'm going to be able to fit at least 4,800 scrap in there, so that means I'll be able to make 48,000 fuel, and that's going to last for a very, very long time. Yeah, Pingy, that's sort of. I think that's one of the reasons that my stream and my video series is so popular. I'm basically the only person who's who's streaming space exploration and has got this, or making videos of space exploration and has got this far into it. Most streamers, it seems, they'll jump on a bandwagon for a while until they get bored of it, and by the time you get bored of space exploration, you've got maybe to space science if you're lucky. So yeah, I obviously have a little bit more staying power than your average streamer, which is why I've been at this particular one for about I don't know. I don't know how long I've been. I mean, I can look up and see. I can see that I've been playing for almost 20 days. That's a horrific thought, but I don't know how long, what that is in years of streams. So I'd be interested to know. Is it? Maybe it is. I mean, I have to admit, I've not gone around out there looking for many other streams or YouTube series. I've had a quick search on YouTube to see what else is out there, and not found anyone who's anything like this far through. But it's possible I've just not found them. I don't know. All right, that ship's nearly here now, so I'm going to dispatch this one, send it back off to Norvis. To be honest, I mean, the important thing is that seem to be enjoying the stream and are turning up to it. And whether it is my own private little niche or not, I almost don't care. It's just nice that people are coming along and finding it interesting. Right, off you go. Plip. Yes, excuse me. Let's try talking again. Yeah, I found space exploration is pretty much vanilla until you leave Norvis. Yeah, there's some differences, like you have to make the little motors for a lot of the things you're making, but it's mostly vanilla. Oh, and you have meteorite strikes as well. But then it's once you actually get off Norvis that it becomes interesting and different, and to be honest, at that point, that's sort of when it becomes worth playing, because it's the point where it's no longer a sort of a slightly more complex vanilla playthrough. So I mean, I recommend it. It's a really good mod pack. It's my favourite of the ones I've played. Ah, thank you. September 2020. So I've been playing for about a year and a half. Yeah, that's a good point, Kodiak. I mean, as you say, it's it's when you get to space that it becomes interesting and different. So it's a weird time to quit because I need to be fair. It does also get a lot harder. I did find a fair few times when I got to space science, I looked at rocket science, the one that I've got being produced here. Scroll faster, scroll faster, scroll faster. Here, this little tiny setup here, and I remember looking at this and going, "Oh my God, that's complicated. How on earth are you supposed to do this?" Now, okay, granted, a large part of that was making the memory cards because that was all very very new at that point. But just making the rocket science seemed like quite a challenge. And now you look at it, and it's this little area here, and then you think about, I don't know, let's pick one of the other sciences. What we've got here, this is biological science, and then we've got all of this. Sure, that's all 4 tiers of it, but still, it's it's a little bit bigger and more complicated than rocket science. I did have the. I don't think I've ever rage quit from Factorio, but there've been a few times where I've just looked at it and gone, "Oh, I can't be bothered with any of that right now. I'm just gonna go. I'll do it some other time." But that's the nice thing about streaming it is it keeps me actually playing because I'm now basically I've said I'm going to stream till at least 10:30, maybe 11, 11:30, depending on how hooked I get and when I run out of consciousness, basically. Um, so I'm sort of committed to playing for a while. So I'm going to keep going and push through any sort of problems and things I see. And yeah, rocket science is cheap and easy when you look back on it. But at the time when you first get to it, it feels like it's a very nice progression, like it is with all the Norvian sciences. These days, I've been playing Factorio for many years now, and so I think blue science is easy. There's nothing too complicated in there. But it's described for new players. Blue science is sort of where there's a bit of a hump in the game where suddenly it gets a bit more difficult. Um, you get to the point where if I gather a lot of people stop playing at blue science because they choke on oil processing. So you do red science. You go, oh, this is trivial. It just takes sort of 3 machines. But then you do green science and you go, okay, this is a bit harder, but there's nothing too complicated in here. And then blue science is where people start to struggle. Now, looking back, blue science is trivial, and yellow science is where it actually gets difficult. But then space exploration builds on that, and you get then the rocket science is that nice little bit harder than yellow science. And then the sort of the various tiers of this is the wrong place as usual. Then the various tiers, you've got the what astroscience is relatively straightforward, but it's a load of new machines you have to worry about and things like that. It's and all of these, and it gets harder and harder, but it does it quite nicely and linearly, so you don't end up drowning completely in it, or at least I didn't. It all feels manageable. um, Yeah, the liquids are harder. One of the nice things about space exploration is you've got these long pipes that you can put right next to each other without them mixing and joining, which makes putting down long fluid buses a little bit easier. You can do it in vanilla with underground pipes, but this looks I think it looks better when you've got the pipes on the surface, just 'cause you can see what's going on a bit more easily. And I've seen some people's designs where you just have there's a whole string of underground pipes, and you can't really tell where the bus is and what's going on it. So I think this design looks a bit nicer. I prefer it anyway. Um, Trains, well, trains. We're using. I have LTN helping me with the trains, which is nice because it does make things a lot easier. It means you can have lots. You have a relatively small number of trains that all just sit in a depot station here, and then they go off and grab stuff whenever it's required. But to be honest, now that the Factorio devs have put in the train limit option in here, LTN isn't really quite as vital anymore. A lot of this stuff you can do with just vanilla trains. You have to have a lot more trains if you do that, unless you go really in depth with the circuit conditions. But that would make my brain melt. Um, but you could do basically what I've done with the recycling trains. So these all park in here, and then when they're needed somewhere, they'll get sent around here to empty, and then they'll go off to go and get. Why are there loads of empty recycling trains running around? I've screwed up somewhere. Where are you going? Um, please hold while I work out what I've done wrong. Oh, I see. Let's fix that while we're here, because otherwise these trains are just going to run round and round in circles. Oh, there we go. stop it. What? There we go. Right, so what you're supposed to be doing is you're supposed to be setting train limit to, is it L? Oh, how does this even work? It's been so long since I've messed around with this that, okay, if anything is greater than anything's greater than 0, then output 1 green square. So I can't click on the station. There's the station. Set train limit to green square. Now that should have put, yes, that's now set the train limit to 0 here, there, as you can see. So that'll stop that working. So right. Right, what was I saying? Yes, so I was about to show how easy it is to use vanilla trains and just have everything work perfectly. And in the doing so, I found something that wasn't working perfectly because apparently I'm a little over ambitious with my suggestions. So what you can do is essentially what I've done with these scrap trains. So the scrap trains come around, they'll empty out into the recycling facility here. Then they'll wait for a station to have a train limit of greater than 0. When that happens, and you work that out by, in this case, I'm looking at all of these things that are filling up with miscellaneous scrap or waste products. I subtract a large chunk from each one of them, and then I say if anything goes if anything goes greater than 0, then that means it's time for a train to come. There's more than, say, 5,000 scrap or 15,000 contaminated cosmic water, etc., etc. At that point, you change the change the train limit on here. That'll call a train out. The train will come out, pick up all the stuff that's required, and take it away to be recycled. You can do that the other way around for supplying. So if I wanted to supply iron to somewhere, then I could have a train sitting permanently in an iron station, loaded up with iron from a smeltery, and then when a station has run out of iron or is running low on it, it flags it as saying, yes, I've got room for a train's worth of iron, and a train can zip out from the iron station, go and unload, and then everything will carry on working nicely. So you can do basically all of the LTN stuff with vanilla trains these days. The only thing that doesn't do for you is fueling, because the nice thing about having a depot is you can just fuel all of your trains up in one central location. So yeah, there are pluses and minuses to the various different ways of doing it. I've been using LTN a fair amount, so it's sort of a habit. But it's not remotely necessary. I suspect, thinking about it actually, it would be rather difficult to do one of these multiple resource unloading stations with vanilla. You could call a train out easily enough, but whether you get that you wouldn't. I can't see a simple way of getting the right one. I'm sure it could be done with very, very complicated circuit systems and so on, but I don't think you'd be able to do this quite so neatly. You'd have to have a separate station for each thing you're unloading. And as you can see, all of my science areas have quite a lot of stations on there. So multiplying this by 6 would be kind of chunky, should we say. I might almost be able to do it, because I could put them down both sides of the rail, and I could have these rails slightly more spread out, so I could have a third and fourth ones on either side of this one. So you'd almost get there from that, and then you just have to sort of spread it out a little bit more to get all the extra ones in. But it would be a lot tighter squeeze. So I think it's probably a good thing I'm not doing that. LTN does make this a lot better. So what else have people been saying that I've been skimming over? Yeah, so LTN still useful, but a lot of it, the important stuff, at least certainly in vanilla, even in really big and in bigger and bigger bases, you can just do the system I tended to do on Norvis. Let's look for an example. This sort of unloading system. This sort of thing would work absolutely fine with vanilla trains and just using the train limits, because I've got a separate station for each of the resources. It's only up in space where I've got multiple resources coming off per station that it gets a bit more complicated, and their LTN really is useful. So this spaceship has now arrived. We've been waiting for this for quite a while. It's unloading sulfur, except it isn't, because I've screwed it. Are these all blacklisted? They are. Fail. Right, okay. So the spaceship has landed. We're unloading all of the sulfur. There isn't any iron in this one because we've got plenty of iron out here already. But that's fine. So we're now going to start making. We're now able to make sulfuric acid again, which is nice. Which means these mining facilities have kicked back in again. Now the question is, there's a pump. Okay, this pump up here is pumping upwards still. So I'm hoping that we've brought enough sulfur out to fill these tanks up, and to still have enough to do all this mining. If we haven't, then it's not the end of the world, because the other ship will also fill up with sulfur and bring a load of that back. But I may need to tell this ship to depart manually again, which I don't really want to have to do, but I will if I need to. It has already started filling up with the naquitite, which is good. We've got like just over 2,000 of it in there. That's fine. That's working as expected. This is this is a slight problem. I thought only one of my ships had this system in it, so I wouldn't get too many of these. Oh well. I guess I've probably got enough room to unload all of these. Guess we'll see how it goes at the other end. That's slightly annoying. It wasn't meant to do that. But, c'est la vie. Down here, yeah, this is all running happily. We've got less than a warehouse full of sulfur here, so we're going to be absolutely fine with the amount we're bringing down here. What numbers have I requested? So I said 20,000 sulfur. And a warehouse is 500 stacks of 50, which is 250, 100, 250, 25,000. 25,000 per warehouse. Let's... No, I can't increase that because it would all fit in the spaceship. No, I think 20,000 is probably a good number, actually. It might not actually be enough initially, but it's going to be far more than is used in all of this mining. And so this sort of advanced the messaging system will sort that out and keep that under control, I think. Right. I'm confident enough that that is working that I'm prepared to leave Realm of Shadows and head back to Kalidas and start messing around with stuff over there again. Right. So let's go from here. First stop is to be the Kalidas asteroid belt 1, I think. Let's go. Let's assume it's 1, and I've remembered correctly. I know that's a bit of a long shot, me actually remembering something correctly, but we'll do that because it's easy to go and have a look, and yeah, it is. This is where I want to go. While I'm on the way, I'm going to tell this ship to get lost and go over to Norvis. This is Norvis, not Norvis Orbit. Yes, it is. That's correct. Because this is also having the sulfur problem from before. I fixed it as well, but the fix hasn't sort of propagated all the way through, and by which I mean there's still far too much sulfur in that spaceship. So what I'm going to do is stop here on the way back and put in another warehouse here, and that will fill up with the sulfur and possibly the iron. And got the same problem here I did with the other one. Maybe this one I will do with circuit conditions because it might actually be necessary. Just to make sure there's the right amount of sulfur in this warehouse. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. So yeah, we'll have a backup, top up, whatever you want to call it up, sulfur warehouse in here. That can unload into this one as and when required. Because this is all absolutely fine. The problem is there isn't enough room in the spaceship to put all of the uranium we've dug up because it's still full of bloomin' sulfur. And now, as I say, we've now got a system here that says actually we don't want to have more than 15,000 sulfur here at a time. Thank you very much. So in the future this will be okay, but I need a bit more storage space just to put all of this sulfur that's on the spaceship. So that's that fixed and running and sort of and okay, I think. So when we get here, we can drop that one off. That'll fix that problem. Now, the next thing I want to do, once I've done that, there's going to be a lot of flying around. I'm going to have to switch spaceships for this, because the one I'm in at the moment isn't capable of landing on planets, but it is capable of flying reasonably quickly through the giant voids of space. But then I'm going to need to, yeah, so I'll go to Norvis Orbit, switch spaceships. In fact, let's be smart about this. If we look at Norvis Orbit, we can dispatch War Rocket Ajax. No, no, this spaceship. We could send this to somewhere. Now the question is, where do I want to send it? It's on Norvis. Well, yeah, it's around Norvis at the moment, which means, and I want to go to Tulip. I could have them meet in Tulip orbit. Actually, that's probably the quickest way to do it, and then fly across from one to the other and drop down. Yeah, that'll work. Because I was thinking if I could fly it out I could say meet me at Kalidas Asteroid Belt 2 at 1. Actually, that's not really any further. Let's just fly it to there for sake of simplicity and stuff. So back to Norvis Orbit. This isn't yak shaving. This is saving time because it's allowing me to not have to fly all the way to Norvis Orbit in order to swap ships over. So if I send that one to Kalidas Asteroid Belt 1, go. It can fly out there without me on it, which is quite nice. and then I can switch ships there, fly out to Tulip because I have all the. I only need some belts to fix the problem on Tulip. It's a really simple, stupid problem, but I need to fix it. What's the furthest thing to land on? Well, let's see. So we start on Norbis. This is the planet. Yeah, the planet that Factorio all happens on. So the nearest place you can go to, you can then go to Norbis orbit. So I've got a load of stuff in orbit around the planet. Salia is one of Norbis's moons, so that's pretty close. Um, then you've got the Calidus star system, which has all of these planets and their moons and some asteroid belts in it. So you've got all of that. The most distant point in the system is Calidus asteroid belt 2, which I'm not using. I am using Frost though. That's where I'm digging up cryonite, the cold metal essentially, and also beryllium's coming from there as well because it had a good supply of beryllium on it. So I put the supplies of both on the same moon just for sake of simplicity. Um, but you can go a lot further than that. So if you leave the solar system, you can then go out onto the interstellar map. And there are many places you can go. I suppose the most distant is probably this one up here, stone circles up here, or maybe it's Wexovis down here. So there are lots of places you can go. The furthest I've personally gone is probably Realm of Shadows, or actually it's wherever Ganymede is. So earlier on, I regret this because it was a silly idea. Um, I went to Ganymede, which is in orbit around Stateria. No. Oh, it is a planet in orbit around Statarius, which is this sun here. So I went there by rocket, which is astonishingly expensive in fuel. So I kind of regret that. That was a mistake. But hindsight's 2020. I learned a lot from doing that, and I now do things differently. But once you get out into the sort of the depths of space, okay, so let's have a look at my other ship, the one I dispatched off to go and meet me on the way over. Um, that was the donut. No, it wasn't. That was the bagel. You'll notice this ship is basically solar powered. It's got the ion engines that are powered by solar panels, and yeah, okay, we've got some rocket booster tanks for taking off from planets, but basically it's powered by solar panels. And that works inside the system where you get decent amounts of sunlight, and then it produces enough power, or if you get all the way out, it produces almost enough power. The ship goes a bit slower, but it does just about work. When you get out into deep space, that isn't a thing. You get almost no solar power out there. So out here, we're working off this massive thermal battery here, which is an energy beam receiver. So when I'm in Norvis orbit, I can fire one of my energy beams at it, which are solar powered. That heats this thing up. It gets really hot, and then I can use that in my high temperature heat exchanger to make is it 10,000 degrees? Well, no, 1,000 degrees steam, or 5,000. 5,000 degrees steam, yes, that one, which I can then use this turbine generator and these condenser turbines to turn back into water, and the cycle continues. So that produces the power to run all of these ion engines down the bottom, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 of these in order to make the ship go at a decent speed because it's such a long way. This ship has a maximum speed of apparently 192, so it's quite quick. So yeah, the further out from the sun you get, the harder it gets to power a ship, and you need to go for exotic things like this. If I did put a solar panel down, if there's room, there isn't room, but if I did put one down, it would generate very little power at all because there's so much because we're so far from any suns. And that, incidentally, is why out on Realm of Shadows, I'm powering the entire base system from the thermal battery on this ship, which is producing steam, which we're then piping out of the spaceship down here and filling it back up with water as well. So this is then being passed down here into these tanks, and then we're using that to power all the mining systems that are going on over here. And these carry loads and loads of power. As you can see on the right hand side, it's currently at about 9,700 degrees C. It was at 10,000 degrees when it left Norvis, so on the flight over here, it's used about 200, and power and charging these back up again, it's used about 250 degrees C. It'll still work quite happily when it gets down to 5,000. So there's loads and loads of power stored in this ship, and it's just really effective, a really good way of carrying all of that energy with it. Now I've had loads of people say, "Oh, you should put an energy beam. You should put one of these receivers permanently here and power it by a beam from a nearby sun." But it's just so inefficient doing that. I decided to ignore them all completely and to carry on doing this. Maybe at some point in the future I'll switch over to antimatter power generation out here, but at the moment this works really, really well, and I don't care what the naysayers say. So yeah, happy with this. How is my acid production going while we're looking at this? So we've got, I was going to say nearly half. No, it's a lot less than half, but it's going sort of okay-ish. We've got none. What? Who wired this station up? I mean, obviously it was me, but that's a bit of a fail. These are all. I mean, these tanks are all hooked up together, but they're not actually hooked into um, any of the further down things to make it actually, work. So let's plug that into there. That's now all on the one network. Good. And we can tell that we've now got 105,000 acid out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, out of 300,000. So it's about a third full. We've unloaded nearly all of the sulfur. We're down to 600 or so there. And we've got 6,000 down here. And we've brought over 20,000. That's not going to be enough. We're probably going to have to launch this ship manually as well. However, maybe one more of these will be enough. I guess we'll see. There might be actually. Yeah, there is a little patch of uranium down there. 2.2 million, quite a lot. Yes. Yes, I probably could put in a nuclear power station down here. It would mean quite a lot more infrastructure, though. He says with all of these tanks here. I hadn't really thought that one through, to be honest. Or rather, the idea of doing. I'd sort of moved away from nuclear power to because I was running out of uranium everywhere to doing the energy beam power. I'm trying to think if there's any good reason not to. Does all of the processing work in space? Let's find out. And it may well do. I honestly don't know. Can it be placed on space platform or spaceship? So the centrifuges don't work in space. But maybe the radiation facilities would, though. Can be used for uranium processing. So yeah, I could put in some uranium facilities. Yeah. Oh, I'd need to bring in iron as well, though. But I'm doing that anyway for the acid. Yeah. Yes. I reckon. Yeah, doing uranium nuclear power out here would be perfectly viable. Yes. Yes, essentially. And what temperature presumably nuclear reactors get up to the same sort of temperature as everything else, so I'll be able to use the high temperature heat exchangers. Oh no, these only get up to 500 degrees. Maybe 1,000. Maybe 1,000 when they're actually running flat out. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to use the high temperature heat exchangers, so I'd be limited to these. I'd have to have one of these sort of massive mess of everything facilities, and using condensing turbines like this would be, well, actually wouldn't be too bad. I'd just run out a single really long pipe with the steam in it and have them all vertically going onto it, and then another pipe across the top to take the water away. So yes, it wouldn't be quite as neat and tidy and simple and easy, but it would definitely work. So yeah, it's not a bad idea, but it's not the one I've gone for. Also, it's another thing that you need to use resources for, whereas this system with the heat is completely free, because all the power for this comes from Calidus Orbit, where I have these massive banks of solar power panels connected to all these beam transmitters. So it's just now I've set it up. It's just free power. It's just going to keep working forever. It's trivial and easy. So yeah, nuclear power will definitely work, but I'm certainly not gonna switch over to it now that I've got it working. Oh, we're nearly there. I rambled for long enough that the flight is nearly finished. Well done, me. Actually, while we're just finishing that off, let's have a quick look at not the Universe Explorer, the start map, and let's tell the Bagel to land. Anchor. We can't put it there because that's where the ship lands. We'll put it here. Boop. Yeah, when I switch over to antimatter ships, I mean, I could carry on doing the same thing. I'm guessing that an antimatter reactor is going to essentially be plugged into one of these things and producing the same sort of high temperature steam. So I'd essentially be replacing this thing with an antimatter reactor. And yeah, that would be perfectly valid. I may so I could still. I could either switch the facilities out there to use antimatter and have a reactor there that just gets loaded up by one of these ships when it, well, not one of these, but one of the other ships when it comes out there. Or I could just carry on, I might just be able to carry on just pulling hot steam straight off them, to be honest. Also, the other thing is I'm probably not going to switch over to those ships being antimatter powered because they're set up and they just work now. So I don't see any reason to change it. You know, it's the old if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it ain't broke, so there's no point in fixing it. Right, so that goes there. Putting a string of these. That is more than the number I require, but yeah, whatever. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a green cable because there's already a red cable hooked up to here that goes to that and transmitters and receivers and so on. And I don't want those numbers to be included in this, but I do want these to only insert when there's less than... How much is there in here at the moment? 22,000. If there's less than 10,000, should we say? If that... yeah, well, and that, there we go. If that is less than 10,000, then I want the inserter to pass it across. I also want these across here. That. I'm going to empty that into there like so. They will capture all of this as it comes through. Oh, and I need to use a red cable to link that into there, so this sulfur gets counted into the sums as well. Otherwise, I'll just run into exactly the same problem again. Also, am I on? Yes, I am on the navsat mode. Also, I want to take a big chunk of that out of there and put it into here like that, just so this starts flowing again and cleans this all up. Now, because now we've got this big gap at the bottom here that won't be filled up with sulfur. Okay, where's my this ship? Or rather, where is it currently going? It is on its way to Khalid's asteroid belt, but it's 3.5 minutes out. Okay, so when this arrives, there'll be plenty of room to get rid of all of this sulfur because that's less than a warehouse is worth, and we've got basically a whole warehouse we can put this into. So that's good. That'll sort that out, and then it should then be able to just dump all of this uranium out of this warehouse into the ship, and the ship can then fly off again. We'll then have the mining. All these mining drills will then rip up a load more uranium and dump it into the warehouse for the ship to pick it up when it comes back again. So it'll be there should always be enough ready here just to dump it straight across into the ship. So it should be nice and quick and easy. And there's only one ship doing this flight back and forth at the moment because I don't think I needed that much uranium. But this should all work quite nicely, I think. And this one, because unlike the other one where we were pulling the heat out of the ship, out of the spaceships, and powering the outpost off that, this one is sufficiently close into the sun that these solar panels are still running at like 350% power. So they're producing 2.7 megawatts each. Even when the whole thing's running on full chat, it's plenty to power the area. So this is nice and simple. I didn't need to worry about any of that stuff. But apart from that, this is basically the same sort of system as I have out in Realm of Shadows. We've got the sulfur and the iron being brought out to be made into acid. Although here we've got the ice being delivered by delivery cannon because we don't need a great deal of it, but we do need some of it. You will find out in about 3 minutes, Draco. And I think I won't spoil the surprise for you. If you're new to space exploration, then seeing what's about to happen will be at least mildly interesting. So, yes, in about yeah 2.5. I'm not counting exactly, but in a couple of minutes you'll see where that's coming from. So as I was saying, we've got the same basic system here where the iron and sulfur are being brought in, and with the ice that's coming in by delivery cannon, that's being melted into water to make the acid that goes, as you've seen a bajillion times before in vanilla, goes into the mining drills in order to dig up the uranium. And these are big mining drills because, well, I've got them. I might as well start using them. And that's one of the few places where you can actually use productivity modules in space. Is mining drills and science labs. That's about it. This is making me think maybe I should put another productivity module in each of these since they're. Let's see how quickly they mine once they've actually got some mining to do. Because I think I don't know whether they're going to be fast enough or not. They probably are actually. Yeah, let's whack some more productivity modules in all of these. Yeah, a bit of mystery and excitement is sort of is good for. Why am I doing this like this? Let's do this the easy way. In fact, what's that going to do to the power consumption? 140. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is another one of the mods I've got is the module inserter. So I've got the big mining drills. I want to put in three three of these and two of those. So I can do that, and then I drag a module inserter planner over the whole thing, and the bots will do it all for me. I don't know why I was starting to do it manually, apart from because I'm apparently a masochist. Oh, but I've run out. Never mind. Good enough. Yes. The problem is these ones down here that have got up to um, three productivity modules, but no extra efficiency modules. We'll see what the power usage is like when this arrives. I do have, well, I've got several layers of levels of beacons. Oh, there we go. That's what we were waiting for. So the spaceship comes in and lands here, and then we've got this belt to unload it off this, unload the sulfur and the iron off this side, and we've got the two belts on this side to load the uranium in as fast as we possibly can. So that's how the spaceship works. They just sort of land and they teleport in out from magically somehow, and then you've got storage on the spaceship that you can load or unload as however you want. Some of my more elegant ones use trains on the spaceships for faster loading or unloading. This is not one of those because I don't care quite so much about quick turnaround. It's okay as it is. So yeah, this can now swap its contents over. And the thing I quite like about this sort of system is that, like rockets, you can put absolutely anything into a spaceship. So the same warehouse on the spaceship is being used for bringing out the sulfur and the iron as for taking away the uranium. So it feels quite neat and tidy to do it like that. I suppose I could have it bringing the ice out as well, but there isn't a ready supply of ice on Norvis, so I decided that was too much like hard work. So this isn't coming out particularly quickly, but I'm probably okay with that, and I think by the time the ship's had the sort of the 10-minute flight there and back again, it's probably going to be mostly full up again. And as I said, we're not getting through uranium that quickly, so it's probably all right. Because I'm not bringing the acid out in a tank because tanks take up a huge amount of space on spaceships. And so transporting liquids around by spaceship is just a bit of a faff, to be honest. It's much more efficient to bring out the solid ingredients and then make the acid on site, or at least I'm pretty convinced it is. The other thing is, it's related to what I was saying about using the same warehouse for bringing out the sulfur and the iron and taking the uranium back. It's not so much of an issue now because I've got my spaceship integrities up to 2000, so I can make much bigger spaceships than this. But when I first started doing this sort of thing in general, it's kind of a choice between your spaceship can either have a warehouse in it or it can have a handful of tanks in it, and not both. So you'd end up needing two spaceships, one to take the acid out, one to bring the uranium back. This way I just only have to use one, and granted a delivery cannon chest, but that was just me being lazy. um, yeah, so this is probably going to be sufficient. I mean, let's have a look at the other end. So this flies out to Norvis, where it lands here. Yes, here. And we're unloading the uranium here. It's getting passed out here. It seems we are still quite short of uranium. Oh, we've caught up on uranium ammunition, so that's a good thing. This is one of the big sinks of uranium in my base because we're constantly shooting biters. So we get through a fair amount of that. There's quite a lot of hot uranium going out here. That's good. But there's not enough to fill up this station, which is how we supply space. And there's not enough of the cold uranium coming out either. So we're a bit short of resources, but it's getting there. And now this spaceship is going to fly freely and without needing me to go in and sort of poke it every few minutes, this should be a lot better. Okay, I think I'm happy with this now. I think this is all going to work nicely and neatly. The loading up is a bit slow because we've just got two belts loading it up and one belt unloading it. So it's a bit slower than ideal, but again, I don't think I get through the uranium that fast, so it's probably not an issue. What I have done, and most people who are watching the stream will probably have seen this a bajillion times, so I apologise for showing you this again. But if we take a look at Kothar, I've got for the core fragments, I've got this train system where the train loads up with all of the core fragments, then goes onto the spaceship, and the spaceship flies off with a couple of trains in it, and that way it loads and unloads really quickly. It's not so necessary at this end because, as you can see, this whole area has gone to sleep, so it's just a bit dopey. But at the other end on Norvis, I was sort of hoping that I'd have a steady stream of spaceships coming in and landing here, dropping their trains off, which would empty out the core fragments and then go back onto the spaceships again. But it seems it's not actually that quick. Um, despite all of that, we've got the spaceships just aren't landing that quickly. So I probably could have used a slower system here, but putting spaceships on trains is kind of cool. So I wanted to do it anyway. What I can probably do now actually is have I freed up so right, there was a thing where I had a spaceship that was just floating in space because I didn't have enough space for it to unload all of its copper. I think I might have I might have unleashed that one. This isn't where I want to look. I want to look at gear often. I had yeah, this one here. It's cut bloody train. Ah! So there is a bug in my train system, in my spaceship train system, where the trains keep getting cut in half. Like as you can see here, these trains have been cut in half. And I sort of know why it's happening. I believe it happens when the spaceship tries to leave somewhere when there's a train part way out of the door. But it doesn't quite add up for me, because if this train got cut when the spaceship was leaving somewhere, why is the locomotive here and not at the other end? Um, this one has destroyed the locomotive when it took off, which again is annoying. But yeah, so I think what probably happens here is the train was parked with the locomotive across the doorway when the spaceship took off, and so boom. But I've done my utmost to try and fix this problem. I've got this system with the green cables connected to all of the doors, and so in theory, if a door is open, the spaceship won't take off. But apparently it will, and I honestly don't know why. And so it keeps breaking my spaceships. Sorry, it keeps breaking my trains, and then the system fails, and I just go, "Oh, for goodness' sake, what's going on here?" And this is getting very frustrating because I'm not really sure how to fix it. My theory at one point was that it was due to a delay caused between in the passing of signals around, because it was going through too many combinators. So these cables, as you see, are going right up to here into this one combinator. So there's only one step in there that could be causing a problem, but it's still not working. Um, ooh, what it? Hmm. What if? Hmm. Now I had an idea of what if I could put in a negative thing in here. So if I had these gates outputting minus liftoff, then the spaceship would never lift off because it would never get if the gate was open, and I could wire it straight into the input, and it would never, and then there'd never be. Hopefully that problem would never happen. Um, I could go. Ooh, I could do it the. What if I did it the other way round? Search on the station in the spaceship. Use the output to only allow the trains to leave. Only one train. I think only one train is leaving from each station. It's because the signal to take off is if you have two trains and no cargo. So if the train signal is delayed by this, then we get the trains have left, so there's no cargo, but it still thinks it's got two trains because there's a one tick in between. But come to think of it, oh no, that's wired straight through. What if I did this the other way round? What if I said open gate on launch is 1 and output G signal? Would that work? Because then we'd have, if the spaceship was trying to launch, the gates would close, But what happens if a gate tries to close and there's a train in it? I don't know. No, I think it's the other way round. It's the so if it when the spaceship lands on this planet, the no wait sorry when the spaceship is waiting to decide whether it can leave Norvis, the trains are empty. The trains are empty, so that the spaceship needs to launch when it gets two trains in it that are both empty. But then that doesn't explain why the train. It's odd because I still don't understand why the trains are getting cut here. Why, or rather, why? Because it's got into this position, it can't leave because the trains are broken. But this locomotive is here, so that means that the locomotive came out, then the cut happened, then somehow it got down to here. I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand quite why the problem is happening. Because if the spaceship took off at the wrong time, then sure it can cut a train in half. So if it was at the other end, the train had come out on Norvis, and then the spaceship had tried to take off, so it sliced the train in half. Then this locomotive should have just rolled out and stopped on the Norvis end instead of here. So I honestly don't understand this. Every so often I go in and fix it, and it works for a while, but there seems to be sort of 1 in 60 chance of the trains getting chopped in half. And yeah, I don't know. I might have to go on the forums and have a look at other people's spaceship train designs and see how they've done it, and see if there's any clues in there that I can steal and pick up and go, aha, I see what you did there, and that sort of thing. Because this is just, I don't know. Do you mean how many hours am I at on this particular playthrough, or how many hours of Factorio in general am I on? Because they're quite different numbers. Anyway, I need to go to gear often. Both, okay. So this particular run, 19 days and 10 hours. So that's about 20 days, which is 5. So it's about almost 500 hours. So yeah, Pingy's number was pretty accurate there. Well done. Factorio in total, I'm on about 1800 hours. So I've been played quite a bit of it. I would like to say, for the sake of my sanity, or your opinions of my sanity, that those 1800 hours have been over quite a few years. So it's not like it's not like I've done that since I don't know, since January. That way would lie madness even for me. Oh no, I need the other spaceship. Oh, okay. There we go. 1.68 million seconds, also known as 466 hours. Yay. Okay, let's carry on with things in the order I was thinking of them in. So let's go to actually, where is... Oh, Tulip and Gear Off are quite close together, so we can pick both of those up more or less at the same time. If I've got any train bits with me. I should have checked the other spaceship before I left. I have not got any train bits with me. Have I got any? Oh, I've got some in here. That's fine. I can fix them with the stuff that happens to be in this spaceship. That's convenient. Let's also launch that other spaceship and send it back to Norvis orbit, because I don't want it to be here really, because I'll never find it. That's not true, because no, not Norvis. There's a search function, so I would find it, but let's send it off to Norvis orbit, and then we can race them, and you'll see why I was saying why I was talking. Oh no, it's turned already. I was going to say you'll see why I was commenting on this ship being good for the really long distance travel, because that one does about 180 speeds. No, not you. This one does about 100 speeds. So the other one is about twice as quick. I should probably put even more engines on the long distance one, really, because I can. Why not? Oh, because probably because it wouldn't fit in its parking space. That's a pretty good reason not to, actually. Okay, 35 hours in Factorio. Yeah, I think I was probably still sort of trying to finish my first. I probably hadn't launched my first rocket at 35 hours in, I guess. I can't remember exactly, but it's 35 hours it's a good start. Don't let me belittle you, because I honestly don't mean to. But yeah, it's you can sink a lot of time into this game. Space exploration is a great one to start with, actually, because You because it's the first chunk of it is pretty close to vanilla, so you can play it. Why are these not working? Are these not programmed? They're not programmed. You can play through quite a lot of um, space exploration without needing to know anything complicated at all, because it's so like vanilla. What are these set up to? These are all whitelisted as well. Let's fix these. It's only once you've actually finished, you've launched the rocket and you've left Norvis, that it becomes more complicated, and and you sort of start doing the actual mod pack stuff. Which is, so it's, because of that, it's interesting. I think it's probably even reasonably newbie friendly. Um, I'd hesitate to sort of, I don't know. I'd probably say you're better off playing quite a lot of vanilla Factorio and at least setting up some significant bases that are doing science quite quickly to give you that good grasp of how everything works. But you won't completely drown in space exploration, because it starts off gently, very very gently, and just sort of eases you into it. So yeah, it's not too difficult a place to start with. um, yeah, definitely don't start with space exploration, but it's a fairly friendly one to be a first mod pack, I think. Probably. I don't know. I'd say it's the most fun of any of the big total conversion mod packs I've played, so I think it's quite a good one. Um, I suspect my next Factorio game will be a K2 SE run, but that's not going to be for a while. I think it's probably going to be once we've finished the Minecraft game I'm playing with some friends. We'll probably then start playing this between us. That's not quite how I meant to do that, but never mind. It'll work. Yeah, we'll probably we'll move on to we'll move on to that once we finished our current Minecraft run through. So it's quite a long way off, I will admit. But I think K2SE will be a good one to do next. We'll see how long it takes the group of us to get through that. It is a mighty mod pack, I suspect. So yeah, that's not what I wanted. Good. Right, so this should now significantly speed up, and by significantly I mean hopefully roughly double the amount of throughput I'm going to get. Now my biggest concern here is whether I'm going to be producing enough vitalic acid in order to keep everything running. My other thing is whether all of these are running properly. These machines over here aren't. Maybe I forgot to copy and paste over to this area. Yeah, so go. There we go. Right, and the hope is that we'll now be producing enough of this to basically this should hopefully more or less double the throughput. The only risk, as I said, is this this production down here of the vitalic acid. We're getting through that pretty damn quickly, a lot faster than it's being produced now. But I'll have a bit of a play with that in a moment. Yeah, I think combining K2 and SE might be a good way to, because I think I've always thought when I finished Angel Bobs, I thought, well, I now know everything. I now know a lot more about this mod pack. I know how I'd do things differently if I was just starting afresh. And I sort of wanted to start afresh, but I also just couldn't face going through the entirety of Angel Bobs again. So I didn't. That was when I did the did I start? I think I then started space exploration, and then I separately did Industrial Revolution with friends, and so that felt like quite a good way of sort of balancing between the various different things that were available. Space exploration is easily the best of the mod packs I've played, so it's definitely one I want to sort of perhaps revisit. And again, I've learned a lot about it, like more efficient and sensible ways of moving stuff around, that sort of thing. Which sort of tempts me to think, well, actually, if I was going to do this again, I know what I'd do differently, and I know what I'd do better. So I sort of want to try it again from scratch, but adding in K2 would make it a bit more interesting to do that. So that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Yeah. So Silent Storm, you started with the massive mods after 2000 out, or at 1.8 thousand. That's about what I'm on now. So I got a bit more into it first. Interesting saying you're on your third SE run. I've not actually felt the need to restart SE because I've got enough of a sort of a basic grounding in how to play Factorio now that I've not done anything that's dumb enough that I felt I wanted to restart from it. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Whereas, yeah, it took me 6 or 7 attempts and restarts to get to launch a rocket in vanilla, but I didn't. But I was quite happy to just sort of carry on with SE and just go for it, and just keep going at it rather. Only 180 hours. That's pretty good given I'm on whatever it was I said I was on and I can't even remember because it's such a horrific number. Um, yeah, and as I said a couple of times now, I think SE is quite good because it's fairly it starts off fairly vanilla. So I think I wouldn't feel too bad. What happens here? Oh right, okay. I wouldn't feel too bad about introducing a new Factorio player to it. Um, if they were playing with a group of other people, they wouldn't drown too much. Whereas don't do that, bloody yeah, I yeah. The Industrial Revolution run we did, we had someone. We had someone who was basically new to, not new to Factorio. He'd done a bit of modded. Ah, why is laying belts just so blooming frustrating? It's always trees and things in the way. Do it again, but with less suck. There we go. Yeah, so he played a bit. He'd played a decent chunk of Factorio. We did a mostly vanilla run, as we described it, where he got to we managed to we did launch the rocket, um, but he was fairly new to it apart from that. So Industrial Revolution was a bit of a sort of a learning curve. But Industrial Revolution, I felt it made the game harder through over complexity, I guess. Whereas it just made it a bit too overcomplicated for the long chains of steps needed to make anything. Whereas I feel that space exploration, the complexity comes from making more complicated things. It's slightly weird way of putting it, but it feels more fair is the wrong word. It feels more interesting, perhaps. It works better. I feel like it works much better. Anyway, is what I'm trying is a large part of what I'm trying to say. How am I going to get another belt of glass over here somewhere where it's needed? In fact, we're not. Oh, it's not the glass we're short of at this point. It's this stuff, and we're short of that because. Right. Are we short of? Yes, we're short of this because we only have 1.5 belts of it coming in. Which one is this? That's the processor. So it's this step down here that is now too slow. Is that suffering from input starvation as well? Yes, kind of. Yeah, Industrial Revolution was a bit like. I think having several of us playing it together helped quite a bit because when one person was getting frustrated with something, then there'd be some other people around who could take a look at it, or you could go and mess around with something else and leave the trains to your brother or whatever. um, so yeah, but yes, it did feel like that, and so we stopped that basically as soon as we felt we realistically could. We did all of the non-infinite researches and one of each infinite, sorry. And then decided that was quite enough. Thank you very much. Let's go off and do something else now. And the something else turned out to be Minecraft. Oh, we've got a load more of this here. Let's tap it off from here. And we already are. Oh, that's for that one. Okay. Yeah. So yes, I wasn't. I'd had pretty much enough of Industrial Revolution by the time we finished it, but I didn't want to quit on it. I wanted to just sort of to get as much done as I could. Or no, I wasn't prepared to let it beat me. That's probably a more sensible, a more accurate way of putting it. So we carried on with that until we actually finished it. But I wasn't particularly sorry to see the end of it and move on to other more interesting things. Oh no, actually I only need to come to here. There we go. Up there, and another splitter, and let's prioritize from the right. There we go. Now we've got a bit more of that. Won't be quite so starved up here. You can stream Industrial Revolution as long as you're not making money from your streams, and I wasn't, so I did. Are we? In fact, since we're doing that, let's do that as well and output priority right. So we'll just get both these. This will get both these belts full, hopefully. Actually, no, it won't. No, never mind. Yeah, it's good enough, to be honest. The author is a bit. Let's just say he doesn't. He's rather protective of his work and doesn't like people making money off it. I think that's probably the most accurate and fairest way I can phrase it. Yes. So yeah, he got. There was he we're now on Industrial Revolution 2. Industrial Revolution 1 was pulled, and I don't know how much of it was deleted, but it was definitely pulled off the Factorio mod portal, because he threw a hissy fit about people making money off his work, basically. Then Industrial Revolution 2 was uploaded. I don't know exactly what the rules are or how enforceable they are, but I gathered from what I read that basically he doesn't mind people playing it and streaming it as long as they're not making money. And since I have, at the time I had about, I think I was streaming on YouTube at the time, and I had like 400 followers, so I wasn't making any money off it. So we decided it didn't actually matter. Um, it was even following his wishes, even with us streaming it. Right. Okay. So the problem here now, or the starvation point. Actually, this belt isn't full. The starvation point is that we're running out of the processed thingamajig and what's it up here. There was another belt of it. So how much are we using at the moment? We're using all of this, obviously all of this one, and this one's quite starved. Is it? Why is this one so starved for output? And the problem is that it's all coming from the same place initially. So if I just tap off different outputs, it's probably all going to be coming from the same input of Vitamelange initially. There's not a great deal coming in here. We need another train to come in, apparently. Oh, there is another train on its way. Okay, so that's not the problem. I feel like I've not laid this out very neatly. We've got we're going top to bottom in this section. Then we're going, but the same top to bottom again here. Then bottom to top here, and then yeah, it's all a bit of a mess. I don't think I've designed this very well. But anyway, space exploration is a better mod pack anyway. It's far more interesting, far less frustrating. Angel Bobs, I still sort of like Angel Bobs, because it is ludicrously overcomplicated, but then that is its thing. It's meant to be ludicrously overcomplicated, and it's quite good at that. But it's not. It's a little repetitive because you go through doing similar things with all the metals, but then you get onto another tier and you do a different thing with all the metals. So there is a bit of variety in it. I did quite enjoy Angel Bobs in a way, but that was a long time ago, and I've kind of forgotten most of what I was doing there now. It also introduces lots and lots of interesting new mechanics, like you can have inserters that will pick up and then put down on the same side, just one square away from each other, or they can work diagonally and all kinds of other stuff like that. So Angel Bobs was quite fun because of all the different extra stuff it added in. Yeah, generally, lots of the mod packs are good fun. I haven't played a huge number of them because, well, they're such a time investment. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there. So, definitely recommend. This belt isn't going flat out. However, the inputs are generally going. Maybe they're not. Maybe I should have brought this in a bit further along. But it is splitting off here and coming. Actually, no, there's a glass problem here. Okay, right. What I need to do is put a splitter in here, then run a glass belt all the way along the top of here, which is going to be horrific, but will work, and then drop it through somewhere around here to start this going again. Maybe where this machine is. Maybe this one. Somewhere around here anyway, and start topping it up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Angel Bob's is ludicrously complicated, as you say, on all the smelting and stuff. It's the biggest thing about Angel Bob's, actually, in my opinion, is the number of byproducts that are in there. So normally, in most of Factorio, you get. I'm just going to concentrate on this bit to make sure I get it right, and I'm not going to be able to. There we go. I'll have to do. Um, yeah, most Factorio and probably Factorio mod packs as well. I guess, or at least a lot of them. When you when you produce a thing, it produces a thing. Or possibly it produces a waste product that you need to then dispose of. In the case of space exploration, there's a lot of actually it's quite a lot of byproducts in space exploration. Um, but in Angel Bobs, you have to try when you try and produce one metal, you end up producing a bit of one metal, a bit of another metal, a bit of another metal, and so on. There's just a sort of a general mess of things, of many different metals being produced, and so you end up trying to balance them. And then the oil is even worse because you're producing a million different types of gases and stuff like that, and it's an absolute nightmare to balance, and that's where a lot of the challenge of the mod pack comes from, I think. um, and that does make it significantly harder, but that's sort of what the challenge is all about in that game. Yeah, okay, usually, but you tend to get side products. You either get scrap, which is just recycled back down into basic materials that then get used in massive quantities, or sometimes you might get. I think the worst one is one of the Deep Space Science. Well, the worst one I've discovered. Let's not do the worst day of your life so far thing. It produces low density. Yeah, produces these. Um, yeah, this one. So when you're making the nano engineering data, it takes in nanomaterial and it produces all of these different things. However, most of these will just disappear straight into your other science production. There's not all that much of them being produced. The only one I've struggled with at all with these is low density structures, which aren't being used in that area, and I'm just dumping them into a chest. It's not too bad. In Angel Bobs, you'll find that in order to produce a little bit of whatever it is you actually need, you're producing loads and loads of things that you don't want, and you don't know what to do with them, and you just have chests or warehouses filling up and filling up and filling up, and then you find a way of disposing of them, and then you find out that later on you actually did need them, and you need them later on for something else that you hadn't foreseen. So it's a bit of a sort of a weird things. What you need changes over time, and it's kind of complicated and difficult. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, you do get byproducts in space exploration. Don't get me wrong, but not in anything like the same sort of quantities. Yeah, exactly. As Leopard says, it's down to what sort of byproducts you get. Whether they're actually useful in the area that you're trying to build things, or whether you just need to try and get rid of them and lose them somewhere else, and you're just going, oh my god, what am I going to do with this, and so on. So, yeah, it's in space exploration. Yes, there's little bits of headaches at times, but you can but most of it. I mean, the one I was talking about then, that in the Deep Space Science, um, is this one. So here we have all of these different types of nonsense being produced here. So I'm filtering out the nanomaterials and sending them straight back up here because those just loop round and go straight back into the same machine. So they're pretty trivial to deal with. All you need is a splitter with a priority set on it. In fact, given these were 5% or whatever it was, I don't even need the priority. It would just work. Then you got the scraps that you send off to be recycled. That's pretty straightforward. And then I'm splitting off the actual data cards, the things that I actually want from that. The heat tiles just come straight down here and get passed into the next step to be turned into whatever it is I'm making here. So those are just passed through here. That's fairly easy. Um, then we've got the superconducting cables. They come down here, and yeah, okay, it's a bit further down, but they get fed in down here and made into other products that we need for the science as well. The only thing that's difficult is this low density structures, because there's nothing around here at the moment that's using low density structures. There's plenty of things in orbit that are using them, so I could, worst case, I'll dump them on a train, they'll take them away and supply them somewhere else. But for now, I've reckoned on just putting them in a box for the time being, because there's not very many of them coming out. We've only got to 413, and that box is 20% full. Um, so I've got plenty. Yeah, I can just store them in there for now and then worry about it later. And I strongly suspect somewhere in Deep Space Science we're probably going to need those low density structures anyway. So I've not bothered to put in the infrastructure to get rid of those. Speaking of, how are we doing down here? We seem to be a bit short of one of the science pack cards, which is interesting. This one's because these, because these. Why are we short of whatever this is? Why are we short of whatever this is? Because we're short of these. Why are we short of this? just because these machines aren't fast enough. Okay, so I need to come down and speed up this, come over and speed up this step. That's okay. I can do that either with more machines or some speed modules or something like that. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. Oh yes, that's a good point. The other thing that produces a lot of rubbish. If we take a look at Henkiseswi, actually no, if we just take a look at where am I now? Tulip. Go away. Not you. Right. So yeah, here we have yeah, when we're producing all of the naquium here, we're producing sand from this stage, we're producing stone from this stage. So those get fed off down here. They get crushed down, smelted and turned into glass, which gets passed back round to be made into these vitalic acid containers. So that gets looped around fairly quickly in one sort of close in place. Now on some of the other things, like if we do look on Henry Seswi, actually, as I was thinking, I think this is probably a good example. We shall see in a moment. Again, we've got sand. Oh yeah, so we're passing these red bead things go round and round and round in an endless loop because there's a reasonable chance of them being produced. So you see, 50% of the time you get your cation bead ion exchange beads. I know it's supposed to say cation, but it should have a dash in it, so I'm going to call them cation beads back. And you also get your 50% chance of getting your wash holmonite back. So those get looped around and fed back into the system, back in here again. But you also get the sand and also the stone out from here. That in this particular case. Oh no, on this I don't know. Sometimes it might get fed round to be made into blue circuits, or possibly it might get turned into glass to be shipped out by rocket. I'm not quite sure what whether I've got the priorities set well here. But either way, the sinks across the base in general are much greater than the sources, so you can get rid of all the byproducts without too much difficulty. Angel Bob's not so much. There's a lot more doing things in order to get rid of or reprocess or re-deal with the byproducts. It is much more complicated and harder. Oh, that was a bit of a tangent. How's my naquium doing? Well, there's lots and lots of that in here. There's some of this in here. We're still unloading. We've got 1.6, 1.7. I don't even know if this is the same ship that landed earlier. I've not been paying enough attention to see whether it's landed and gone away again or what. The best way to tell that is probably to have a look on Norvis orbit. See how much naquium we have in here. See if it's a different number. Now we have 2,000 in here. Excellent. That is a bigger number than I've seen at any reasonable point in the past for an amount of naquium. So this looks like I might actually have got naquium production. I hesitate to say sorted. Because sorted is a very, very final and long-term term. So no, I think it's now producing enough for now. At the moment, things are okay. These spaceships are bringing it in fast enough. These are bringing it. So we've got the big spaceships bringing it in from Realm of Shadows. We've then got the little ones taking it from here down over to Tulip, where it can then be unloaded and processed into the actual naquium, and then being brought up here to be put into the trains to be taken off of that. So I think I'm gonna call that done in a sort of, it's a done for now, granted, but it's still, but I'm happy to cross it off now. So we've got naquium processing up to a bit of speed. I've done the asteroid belt sulfur warehouse. I'll cross that off as well. I've dealt with Realm of Shadows making scrap with the rocket fuel. Can cross that off. Dooby 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 doo. Sulfur excesses, unload speed. Yeah, that's fine. Cross that off too. Right. Let's go back to Norvis orbit then. Back to what feels like home these days, kind of. Yes, this is the right spaceship. Oh no, I need to go to gear off and on the way, don't I, to fix that bloody cut in half train again. Have I got enough fuel for this? Probably. Let's check before I land. Oh yeah, that's hardly used any fuel. That's fine. These are all small planets, so it's not too bad. Doo. Really, really close. 7 seconds away. Okay. I probably won't even get up to full speed before we've arrived. And we'll land. Sure, we'll just land here in the middle. Bloop. Right, you bloody stupid trains. Oh yeah. Wagons and locos. Right. I don't know why this is happening, so I don't really know what to change. As I said, I could have it close the door. What happens if a signal is sent to close a door when a train is halfway out the door? I don't know. Do you know? Automagic. Get out of the train. Locomotive. Goes there, I suppose. Have I got any fuel for this thing? Yeah, you can have some wood. I'll probably keep it going for long enough. Oh yeah, I flicked that over to open gate on. Oh, that's the thing I hadn't considered. If I do try and do that, then I'll have to send signals out to open the gates. They won't open automatically, which makes perfect sense. You wouldn't want them to, but it's an extra complication. Right, you are to go to core pickup. So here we go. This is the way this system is supposed to work. The trains go out to here. The trains that are waiting will then go onto the spaceship. The spaceship takes off, takes the trains away, and then the other trains fill up. There's probably going to be enough in these chests here for it to know when to go. For it to fill it up completely, because there's loads of stuff here. Then when the spaceship comes back, these two trains go onto it, and the spaceship can leave immediately. So in theory, when this is working properly, the spaceship lands, the two trains pull out, the other two trains pull in, and the spaceship leaves again really, really quickly. So it's much, much faster than any of the other methods I've got for loading for loading spaceships, because you're not doing it through a couple of tiny little belts that go into the spaceship. If I could use loaders, if I had a loader mod installed, then yeah, sure, it'd be a lot faster, because you'd be able to put 6 belts straight into the side of a warehouse. But you're limited by the technology of the inserters in this, really. So yeah, what's this waiting for? Oh, these two are waiting for a little bit more stone, because they've got a thing mostly full of stone. Let's take that out of there and put it in there. There we go. Now that train's full, and it can leave. Right, so that problem is sorted for now, but I haven't actually fixed it, so I don't have a great deal of faith in it not happening again. But I guess we'll see. Why can't I? Oh, I've already got it open, that's why. Okay, let's go back to Norvis orbit now. Choomp. So we can get. I'll do the coolant for the science packs first, because that's an easy win, something I can knock on the head quite quickly and quite easily. And then let's have a bit of a look at deep space science too, because why not? That's going to be fun and interesting and exciting and brain melting and stuff. I did have on a previous stream, I had a bit of a flick through FNEI for deep space science catalog to broad space. Yeah, this one basically, and we reckon annihilation data means I'm going to need to make antimatter stream, which means I need to make particle stream and an antimatter production machine, which doesn't sound too bad, to be honest. Antimatter, yeah, trivial. Hyperlattice data, Naquium plate, lots of Naquium plate. This is going to be a minor concern. Yeah, I think that's what's causing the problem in the first place. So potentially, yes, I could try feeding everything else through through an additional combinator. I don't know whether that's going to make it better or worse though, because it's an extra place to have a complication in, essentially. So nanomaterial, I think I'm going to need to start making in larger quantities. The problem with nanomaterial is it requires a massive quantity of different things, so it's a bit of a pain to make. Naquium plate, yeah, it's loads of Naquium, but we'll see. Singularity data, Naquium cubes. Now this is again nanomaterial, lots of Naquium plate and vulcanite particles. Most of this is not too bad. And I say not too bad in a sort of kind of way. I'm going to need to nick some entanglement data, which is going to be annoying, but not too bad. And time space anomaly data, I'm going to need again, Naquium cubes. I'm going to need to nick a lot of these things from other places. But again, it's... yeah... I think it's going to be a little bit annoying with all these science cards that I'm going to need to pull away from other places. But it's not going to be difficult. If we have a look down, all of these, for example, they're all astronomic science packs. So I'll need to put in some extra stations along here inappropriate places to pick them up and take them away. And I might need to then come in and bolster the production of them here, maybe, or I might not. The production seems to be keeping up with the rate I'm doing science at, because I'm not doing any science. So all of these can be picked up from here. So maybe it'll be okay. We shall see. I'll get started on it and see how it goes, I think. Right, so can I summon in some of those hypercooler things? Or am I going to be told there aren't any hypercoolers? 8 I think will probably be enough. Oh, we've got them. We've got 25 in storage. Okay, so there's a reasonable chance I am actually making them. I guess we'll find out much, much later. Was that them all? That was. Have I got scaffolding? I've got a decent amount of scaffolding. I've got plenty of pipes. Yep, I think that's probably everything I need to go over and get that job done. Then I'll come back and think about making an antimatter production facility, because I imagine that's going to be a bit frustrating. So the thing that concerns me with that, with making antimatter production facilities, is I've got this area over here that just makes all of my machines at the moment, and it's all fed by bots, which is a bit rubbish, but it works, so you know. And I considered starting to move all of that down here onto my belt-fed bus, which is much better because it's a belt-fed bus, and so you don't have the problems with things running out, with bots having to carry everything around. And then I started off with these things, with the space manufactories, and then I realised that needs inserters and needs assembly plants, and that was just going to be enormous and ugly and huge and just a bit unnecessary. So yeah, trying to move all of these over there will probably have the same sort of problems, because here we've got pumps and chemical plants, for example, which aren't down there. This one possibly not too. Oh, it's a space space assembly plants as well, and yeah, it's just a faff getting all those things in there, and none of them are on the railway system. So I'd need to have some sort of system pulling them off the general purpose belt down here or out of these warehouses, and it just seems like a bit of a pain. So I haven't done that. Yeah, which may be a problem later. But for the time being, let's stick that in there. I said let's stick that in there. I don't know why I didn't copy paste this, actually. I should have done, but I didn't. So, oh well. Right, so that'll double the throughput of this. Double the rate of production of this. I don't know whether that's going to be enough to keep up. It's going to be a while till we find out, because it takes a little while to build up the buffers a little bit and get things working nicely. To be honest, probably the most useful thing I could do here about this is go, oh, there isn't room for one of these in here. Is grab all of that, move it up like 2 squares. Does this still reach? Of course it doesn't. That'd be useful, helpful. Put that there, link that up, link that up, link that up, and that up. Now is there room to whack a I've lost it again. Wide area bacon? Where's my bacons? There it is. Yes, now there is. Good. It's getting these as well, but they can run faster. I don't care. And then 6 of those and 5 of those is probably sufficient. What are we talking now? Minus 10% power. So they're using about the same amount of power, but they're running twice as fast now. So yeah, so that's that's got this whole system as well. So it's not going to unbalance it. I don't need to worry about these now running much faster than these ones or anything like that, like I would if I just shoved a couple of speed modules in those, because that was where the problem seemed to be. So this can stay full. These seem to be running pretty much constantly. Yeah, that's staying steady. These are obviously running constantly. The output is gradually filling up, actually. That's pretty good. Happy with that. Oh, because that... idiot. because there's nowhere to put it. There we go. Drain it out into there. There we go. So now we've got about 1,000 in there. Let's see. That's still going down, but that's because it's refill. Now that's because it's trying to refill all the pipes that head up and go to all the machines that were running a bit slowly earlier, as we saw. It's. Ooh, that number seems. Yeah, I'd say that number is prob probably going up. Very, very slowly, but I think that is probably going up. So that means it's okay for now, but I think it's going to have issues quite soon. So let's put in a couple more of those and a couple more of those. And now we're going at 160%, plus 160%, so more than 2.5 times speed. And we're using minus 30% of the amount of power normally used, so that's good. In fact, you know what? Let's go a little bit further and do this as well. And these modules will count twice as much as the other ones did because they're actually in the machine. So it's a much more sensible place to put them. Actually, it isn't, come to think of it, because these modules, they may only work at 50% on the machines, but they're affecting 4 machines that I care about and these ones as well. So it's even better as well. At least that's the theories I'm working on. It may or may not work. I don't know. So this is now ticking over. How we're doing here? We've got it's got up to 1,000 now, and so presumably, if I look at the this machine up here that was struggling for coolant before, it's now happy. So there we go. We've got that filled up. So that's going well. Now, granted, not very many of these are running at the moment. As soon if I kick off a big science thing, so that I start putting load on absolutely everything, it's gonna struggle a bit. But you know, it's okay for now. So I could do worker robot speed 11. I don't care that much about fast robots. Is there anything else interesting that I could do? I could increase my movement speed, or my health, or my personal crafting speed, or my carrying capacity. That sounds useful. Let's do that one. And that's no, that's just biological, so that's not going to put a huge amount of strain on everything, just on the bio and the deep space. Arcosphere. Ooh, that's Oh no, I can't do that yet. That's a Deep Space 2. So there's all of these. I do like mining productivity. It's 17,000 though, so that's a big one. But let's put that in anyway. That can be a thing that's being worked on in the background to make sure that everything's being tested to its tested to destruction. Energy weapon damage would be quite nice. It would allow my spaceships to fly a little bit faster without any risks. Worker robot speed, better jetpacks, sure. Better accumulators, don't care. Antimatter reactor, that'd be nice. Perhaps. I don't actually know if it would be or not. Let's research it. We can see. And now I'm getting into the deep space science too, like getting more spaceship structural integrity, getting deep space transport belts. That's interesting. Now I don't know. So they're yeah, I'm going to be rushing deep space because that's the next thing I'm going to be working on. Getting the next science tier up and running. These belts I'm sort of curious about. So are they just? I think they're just belts, but they're faster. 64 items a second instead of 45. So they're not even that much faster, and they take a lot of stuff to make. I probably won't use a huge number of those, to be honest. They might be good for loading spaceships, actually. Yeah, and when all of these things that are going into them become so cheap that I actually don't care about them, maybe I'll start making them then. But uh, for now, we'll call this. Oh, are they? Max length 17. Oh, yes, that's quite nice. Yes, a maximum length, underground belt length of 17. That would be very, very nice indeed. Okay. Interesting. It requires precisely 0 of whichever data card that is. That's mildly interesting. Okay, so yeah, these are, I say, interesting, but not just yet. And I can't do them anyway because it's a Deep Space Science 2 in order to research those. So, good. That's up and running. This tank will gradually fill up over time. It's got to 1.2 thousand now. You can see it's clearly filling up. This one isn't emptying. This one is. Oh, this is an overflow for anything that dumps back the cool stuff as opposed to cold or super chilled. And it's not needed because nothing here produces this stuff. It's just there in case I wanted the infrastructure later. So that's fine. I don't know why I've got a. Oh, I've got a pump in there for the same sort of reasons to make, in case anything dumps this stuff in. So we can make sure we have the right. But yeah, it's irrelevant at the moment. And we've still got plenty. Okay, this all seems to be fine. Oh, we're storing it over there. Okay. Yeah, good. That's all fine. That's now working happily. So next thing is to think about deep space science. That's biological. I'm not going to think about arcospheres and arcolinks yet because I've heard they're difficult and brain melty. Um, but yeah, I'm sure I will get to them sooner or later, and we'll go, oh. But yeah, not too many spoilers, please. Yeah, the underground belts do look pretty good, so they seem to be really good. Yeah, yes, good words. I need a thesaurus. As the old line goes, I have a thesaurus, but not only is it rubbish, it's also rubbish. Um, oh, and yes, and it produces 10 pieces of belt, as you say, for each one of those. So it's not quite as bad as it looks. It's a bit like the deep space, sorry, the space railways, where you look at the recipe and go, oh my god, it uses energy catalogs and so on. But it turns out it actually only uses 1% of an energy catalog for each piece you make. So it's not quite as bad as it looks. Right. Okay, so over here we are producing plasma and we're producing ion stream because that's what you need for Deep Space Science 1. And I think I'm going to then need some of this for making my particle stream to make my antimatter stream. So yeah, I need the plasma for that into a particle collider to make the particle stream in order to make the data itself and also to make the antimatter stream. So I need to fire in the two types of streams. So I'm going to need to go over and make a material fabricator to make the antimatter. So that's a big thing to think about. Draco, I have a central area that builds all this stuff. I don't build any of these machines by hand because the recipes are. It's not the recipes are complicated because when you're handcrafting, that doesn't actually matter. It's that there are a lot of different ingredients, and that does matter. So I don't try and carry all the stuff around with me. That way lies madness. Um, and you can do that in vanilla Factorio to actually quite a major extent until you start requiring massive quantities of concrete for everything. But in Industrial Revolution, space exploration, it's just not realistic. So I've got two areas. I've got this one here that produces most of the machines that are needed, and all the machines that were needed when I started setting it up. And then I've got a bus for construction of stuff down here that is newer and produces all the spaceship parts and lots of exotic things. And would, in theory, produce everything, except some of the recipes are a bit fiddly and annoying and use stuff that I'm bringing up from Norvis, and I just can't be bothered. Let's find out what these recipes are. So, I needed a material fabricator, which is that one. And that takes a thermodynamics of the space manufacture particle. Blimey. It takes speed module 6s and efficiency module 6s. Crikey. Okay. That's slightly horrific. Yeah. Jaw-dropping is not quite the right term, but still, it's a bit sort of looking at it and going, what? That's ridiculous. Let's get rid of all these pipes that are just doing nonsense. Okay, so we need another one of these. And another one of these. Another one of these. And we need to feed and empty like that. Okay, you are going to make material fabricators and just ask for all the stuff you need. Yes, that's good. That's all fine. You are going to run when we're connected to the logistics network when there are fewer than 5 in the logistics network. That seems like a number. 5 is definitely a number. But I need those modules. Okay. So down here, I've got a system that builds up to productivity module 6. So basically, I'm going to need this, but programmed for speed and efficiency, as in programmed to make speed and efficiency modules, not programmed to run quickly or efficiently. So I could put it in the same place. Are the recipes similar? So 4 is machine learning data vulcanite, machine learning data efficiency, iridium plate. Okay. Then we need energy catalogs, bio catalogs, energy catalogs and material catalogs. And here we need we need broad material catalogs and broad energy catalogs. That's not too bad actually. Yes, I'm going to need to bring some stuff over. I'm going to need machine learning data. I'm going to need the energy catalogs and broad energy catalogs. I'm quite tempted to start bringing machine learning data over by train and just shoving it into the logistics network. All of this I'm going to build off the logistics network because right now, at least, I can't be asked to do it properly. So I'll build up to 6, isn't it? So I'll need to copy that. Ooh, we're apparently under attack by meteors. And I'll do it up. If I do it here, then it won't be covered by the logistics network yet, so it won't pass anything in, which is nice because I don't want it to. I want to deprogram all of. Wait. Oh no. What I just did. Oh, okay. We'll put a solar panel back. That's fine. Right. So I don't want to ask for those. I don't want to ask for those, but otherwise it's still correct. This one shouldn't ask for. Well, it's not going to ask for those or those or those, but those are. Yep. And here we don't want those or those, but those are still correct. In fact, could I? I feel like there should be a way to put one chest in the middle of here that's just asking for all of these things. Because all I need for these is the processing units and the catalogs. There must be a way to put one chest in the middle of all of them that they'll all load from. I can't think what that way would be, but I feel like there should be a way to do it. And I could bring that one down one and create a space in here and then use long inserters. And that would, yeah, I could do 2 of them. I wouldn't be able to get to that one though. Unless I spread these out further and put something in the middle. No, I wouldn't be able to do that because of these. No, I don't think I can. I'll do it manually. Fine. Let's set these to. Right, what are we going to make here? That's the first question. So we don't want to make those. We want to make these can be speed modules. Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6. That's not Tier 6. Tier 6. So what do speed modules need? They need the material catalog 1. Material catalog 1. Don't think the number is irrelevant actually, so I'm going to load those by hand. I'm just putting them in here so as a reminder of what they need. And material catalog 2, sure. And then you've still got those. What else do you require for this? Iridium plate and speed module 3. So put speed module 3 is in here. Speed module 3. These we do have up here. And iridium plates. I don't know whether these are actually on the system. Right, so that's now done. I need to do that. I was going to put it in here. I don't want to put it in here because that'll be in the way of. In fact, what if I move that down a little bit? Yeah, let's put some more scaffolding down over here. Oh no, no, I don't want to get in the way of that because I'll probably will extend that row at some point, even though I said I shouldn't. So put that there. Is there going to be room here? There is. Excellent. No. If I neaten up the edges of this anyway, then there'll be room. And these are to be efficiency modules, so we don't need that. We want what's that? Your tier 4, tier 5. Nope, that's 4 again. Come on, Laurence, click in the right place. Learn to mouse. And tier 6, like so. These output things I need to hook them up sensibly. Okay, so that's all. Oh no, these inputs need to be changed as well. So that's efficiency 3. And what's the other thing that these need? Holmium plates. Fine. Holmium plate. And then over here, it's the energy catalogs. So you are actually asking for air science energy catalog 1. Oh, okay. You can ask for energy sat catalog 1 as well then. Fine, they can both go in the same box. That doesn't bother me. And you will want energy catalog 2, and that's it. Right. Next thing, Roboport goes here. Next thing, you are to only unload, connect to the network when there is. What are we making here? We're making module 6. And this was a speed. This speed module 6s are less than. I'm going to set that to 10 because more than that just feels crazy. I'm also going to make that a red box because otherwise it's not going to work. And that one as well. And you are to connect to the network and unload when productivity module 6 is less than 10 as well. Efficiency module 6, sorry. Right. Done, except for a few little minor things like power and, oh yes, all of the ingredients we need for these things. Right, let's go shopping. So it's energy and bump. Energy and material. And of course the first things, rocket science. No, machine learning data. So, screen machine learning data. We have a box full of it there, which is convenient. Let's put some of these back, so I've got room for the other things I need. Then I think material is this one down here. It is indeed, so we'll take a couple of these. I just realised still haven't left enough space in my inventory. Let's get rid of some of this nonsense I've got stacking up here, because I don't want any of that. That at least gives me enough space to come in here and say, are you? Yes, you're tier 1, so I'll take a stack of those. And so it's just insert as the white I was seeing. Stack of those. Then we'll go up here to the energy science. Oh, I've got a train problem. What sort of train problem have I got? Oh, okay. Something carrying something it shouldn't. Something carrying something in the game thinks it shouldn't be carrying, but it should because I've taken some shortcuts that are a bit naughty. Oh, I've come too far over. I think. Yes, I have. Energy science is this one here. So we fly up, and once again, I find, yes, here we go. Here's the station that has those, so I'm going to grab a handful of those. Now, it's just occurred to me, I should be grabbing 3 handfuls of each of the tier 1 ones for each, like that. Because I'm going to get through the tier 1s 3 times as fast as the tier 2s because of the way that making modules works. And I'll try and work out whether I've got the right number of the machine learning datas as well in a moment. So take 2 more of those. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 6. So we've got 1 of each of the tier 2s. We've got 6 in total. So 2 of those, 6 of these. So that means we need 6 times 3, which is 18. So I've actually got plenty of machine learning data. That's all right. This is going to make 50 tier 6 modules of each type, I think. So that's pretty good, actually. That's quite a lot, given that I'm stopping at tier 6. If I was moving up to the next tier beyond that, it would seem like not remotely enough, but as it is, it's okay. So, energy catalogs. Yes. What's the... I don't know what I did. Oh! No, I don't know what I did then. Paul? Is that right? 50. 50. Seems to be. No. What? Oh, 50, 96. 46. No, it's not right. I need to take those back. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Split them between the two. Okay. Here, that. There we go. And then that in there, and that in there. Right. And then, you know what? I'm just going to put down another one of these. I said I'm just going to put down another one of these. Here it comes. There we go. And I'll shove all of that in there like that. And then the bots can do the hard work for me. Right. That's stage 1 is running merrily. Did I? Missed one what on the bottom? This has got everything it needs. No, I think that's right. They're all... Oh, is this one running? Yes. Yeah, they're all running. Yeah, so I don't think I've forgotten anything. The ratios aren't quite right, but as you can tell by the fact that these are running and these are stopped, but never mind. It'll produce what I need anyway. Has this still not produced its first one? Product's finished 1. Where's it gone? Oh, has it been... Oh, it's been immediately taken away to be brought down here for this. Okay, that's fair enough. What's this? Oh, it takes 5 of each of those modules. Crikey. Okay, so I've brought enough stuff over to... I have brought enough stuff over to make 10 of these material fabricators. Because I got 50 of these, 150 of each of these, and more stuff besides. So we'll end up with 10 of these, which is a... It's some. I hope I'm not going to... So, yeah, I'm probably going to need quite a lot of antimatter at some point in the future. But I guess when I do, I'll do another shopping trip to go out and get more of these catalogues and just load everything up over here. Oh, blimey. Stuff gets expensive. Right, so we've got... Yeah, anyway, we've got the material fabricators. All the stuff is being brought over for them to be made, so they will eventually be made. So, let's have another look at this thing. So, annihilation data. I'm going to need an antimatter stream, which takes the material fabricator, which is why I'm making that. So I'll need a material fabricator. I also need quite a lot of particle stream, which takes some particle colliders. Particle accelerators. Going to need a few of those, I think, because this is going to be we're going to use quite a lot of this, and it's fairly slow. But other than that, and we're going to need material testing packs and sand and plasma stream. If it's got plasma stream, we might have sand. Not sure. Oh, we might just make that on site from stone. I think we'll probably do that. I think there's stone over there. Material testing packs we may need to bring in. I don't know if we've got those yet. But that's all. That's just bringing stuff in by train. That's fine. Data cards again. It's fine. Right. So that's annihilation data sorted. If I summon some of these. Let's have 2 of those. And particle accelerators. Let's have 8 of those. I don't know why 8. Just 8 seems like a number. So that'll do for the first one. And that does actually make. And then we need particle we need particle colliders for making the thing as well. So I'll need some particle colliders. Let's take 4 of those. Did I get that wrong with the particle accelerators? Do we need? No, okay, so we need particle accelerators for the particle stream, and then particle colliders for the annihilation data. Right, good. Hyperlattice data. That takes laser facilities and these things. Okay, let's have some laser facilities. Pew pew. Sure, 5 is a number. But none of the rest of that was difficult. This going to come in by train. That's being made on site. It just takes a manufacturing. Data cards are available. Okay. Singularity data. More particle colliders. I've taken quite a few of those, so I might be alright with that. Naquium cube needs a material fabricator, so it's a good thing I'm taking a second one of those over. And particle stream, so okay. And the entanglement data, which is going to come over by train. Okay, so that's... Yep, I don't need any more machines for that. Time-space anomaly data takes a gravimetrics facility. Okay, and the Naquium cubes that I'm making previously. So I need some gravimetrics facilities. That, again, is not a problem because I've got them being made already. So grav facilities... 5, sure. It's less than a stack. These stack, so I almost don't care how many I take. If I take a stack, then I'm fine. Well, there aren't very many of them, I notice. I don't know why not. I thought there'd be one of these machines somewhere along here would be making them. One of these machines along here, somewhere along here, is making them, but it's run out of aeroframe poles. I kind of... I don't know why. Oh, because this is supposed to be unloading into a chest and isn't. Red chest, red chest, red chest, red chest, red chest, red chest. Plunk. Doot, doot, doot. Aeroframe poles. I'll be in here. Not that one. That one. Less than 200. Okay. Now I'm going to get rid of some of the nonsense from my inventory that I don't actually need. Like all these drills, for example. Do I have a? I don't think I need those at the moment. For what I'm doing at the moment, I don't need this. I am going to need solar panels because I'm going to be doing a lot of laying a lot more solar down, I suspect. I don't need wagons. Don't need ray pump. I don't need blue anythings. Thank you for what I'm doing at the moment. I don't need that many tanks. Let me move that. Don't need ground-based pipes. Because I'm going to be up here for what? Oh, fine. I'll keep some ground-based pipes then, if you insist. Get rid of that and that. Or not. Why? Why? Just why? Why am I carrying a load of furnaces around with me and assembly machines? I don't care. And offshore pumps. Why have I got an offshore pump? Stop it. just no. I can get rid of these again now to fix the hypercooler issue. Well, probably. I'll probably find I need some of those fairly soon and have to come back and do it again, but don't need that blueprint. Don't need that. Don't really need that deconstruction planner. Those I don't need. Right, I think that's tidied my inventory up a little bit to the point where I can now just go down and grab a massive quantity of space scaffolding, which is in here. Yes. Actually, let's just fill up on it. And then get rid of a little bit of it. Because I'm going to need a lot of this stuff for what I'm about to go out and do. Ooh, do I have some stations? Yes, I do. Right. Okay, now weighed down with all of this hardware. Except for that one, which didn't quite, which is still only at 2, but never mind. 2 is probably going to be enough, at least for now. Oh, I haven't got any supercomputers. Oh well. To be honest, it's 9:30. I'm probably not going to get this finished today, because I know how big a job it can be to build up this sort of level of infrastructure. So, I remember thinking there was a way to shift mouse wheel. No. So I was grumbling last a little while ago about trying to make when you try and make this brush bigger, you have to tap the plus button on the keypad. Oh, it was going and change some of the key bindings for it to use mouse wheel or control mouse wheel for that. I remember, and I haven't done that, so I'll have to carry on doing this manually like a peasant. But never mind. Okay, there's a nice big area. So, first things first. Pink clouds, I guess, which use particle accelerators. Okay, empty antimatter. Sure. That one. So, for this, I'm going to need to bring in sand and... there. This is going to need to be sand and... a true... I think I can probably just... It's quite expandable, so I can make this massive if I want more antimatter. But that's a fair point. Would I be better off doing antimatter? I've been bitten... Excuse me. I've been bitten before by trying to make the ion stream elsewhere and bring it in by train because it wasn't enough. So I end up building an antimatter production facility here because the trains are quite small. So I think I'll do it here and risk having to produce a second antimatter facility for antimatter for fuel. But thank you for the warning. Why is there a thing of batteries there that's empty? Is that why this has all failed? Why are you not getting batteries? Not supplying batteries. I'm yak shaving again. There should be a station over here providing batteries. It's got 5,000 in it. 40. Yeah, that's okay. 5,000. 40. That is. Oh, that's less than the stack of thing of batteries. Okay, need more batteries up here. Why are the batteries not getting loaded in? Why are you stopped? Oh, they're unloading. No, that was right. Okay, this is wrong for a couple of reasons. Like those bots shouldn't be there, and those rocket pods shouldn't be there. Why are the rocket pods on here? And everything else should have gone into. Grumble, 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 grumble. And there should also be a massive flood of batteries pouring down here. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, there are 5,000 batteries. They're just somewhere. Oh no, this is the 5,000 batteries, and that isn't a full train's worth. 5,000 batteries is not enough, is what I'm hearing from this. So over here, shopping list, your batteries. 10,000? No, it still won't be enough. 40,000. 40,000 batteries. That'll be a good number. That's a lot of batteries. Okay. Right. Yeah, fabricators don't believe in modules. That's going to be quite annoying. But what can you do? It's just the rules are hard, or the game is harsh, but you just have to deal with it. Let's put this under. Actually, let's remove this. Let's do things sort of in order, because this one uses stone, but this one uses sand. So let's put in some machines to make the sand first. Do these. They look. Assembly machines look so small. I could use pulverizers, I suppose, or mechanical facilities or something, but these are quite perfect. Are they more efficient? Is there an advantage to using a mechanical facility over a... I don't think there is. I think they're just faster. There's still crafting speed 1, crafting speed 1.25. Is that right? Sand. Sand can be made... Oh, see, 1 stone goes to 3 sand in a pulverizer, or it goes to 2 sand in an assembly machine. Okay, let's use a mechanical facility then. Might as well. Since I've got them in my pockets. There we go. It doesn't look quite so small now either. And I can carry on with this pattern. So from there, bloop, 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 bloop. What? Okay. That was not lined up how I thought it was. These are all the wrong way around, of course, but I'll turn them around in a moment. That's not a problem. I can put that there, and that there, and turn that, and that, and... you're right, let's go underground. We can do that, and that, and this. Now, I don't know if I'm going to need this anywhere else or not, so I'll just bring it down straight into the next layer, next row of machines, and that was good. That is going to be these ones, so put that there. Now we need to pass this down. So, okay, that's the. How many of these have I used? Okay, okay, so I can bring it along here. Let's use this column, like this. No. This. And this. Yeah. Then we can come from here, we go... Oops. Oh, it's right. Oops. One gap. There we go. It's there. And there. And... let's go there. Right, okay, so that's going to be making my pink clouds, isn't it? Oh, and I need a Wait, I need to pull this out further. So I can have another input here with the these pack things. You are making sand. That's easy. There we go. Bump, 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 bump. You are going to be using that sand and also the what's name packs, which are going to come in from here. I don't think I'm going to need them in quite the same sort of quantities I needed them for the material science. So I'm just going to do this with a normal train load. Why is this not set to one train at a time? Okay, maybe because I'm getting through so much stone here or something like that. Right, and I want you to request these things. Now, how many do you request of these? I think it's probably going to be about minus 100 because they don't stack very high at all. So we'll do that. Could do that actually instead of that. That. Yeah, that'll work. Come across from. Well, let's come across from here just because it's neater. I'm probably going to find I need these things elsewhere for other stuff, and I'm going to regret this design choice. But I quite like the way that works for the moment. If I do regret it, I'll bring it down one of the columns over here, I think, and that'll probably be okay. Yeah, not sure. I'm not sure I quite like that, but it felt sort of nice as I did it, so I'm going to go with that for now. And we'll bring this down another pipe. Actually, yeah, let's put that there, and then this can come into another pipe here, and then we've got it. Yeah, it's not going to go far yet because we're then going to put in whack in the material fabricator, but I'm going to need this elsewhere as well. So I've put in the material fabricator like about here, and I want to make antimatter. Oh, this takes thermofluid as well. Lovely. Still, never mind. At least that means I can do this for the first input. Doesn't need anything else. No, it's just thermofluid and and stream. That's kind of okay. It did say super chill, didn't it? Yes. Blump, blump, blump. And then the next one, bring the warm back out again. Dump. Oh, there's a radar in the way, because of course there is. Nope, too big. I need to make some more shorter pipes. Let's make some 5s. And some 3s as well. Apparently I've run out of those too. Sticking a 5 there, then we can go underground, and that's probably going to just about be alright. Yeah, it is. There we go. Do that. So I'm going to need to run one of them across. Yeah, if I run one of them across here, at the moment, the way this is set up, it's going to have to be actually, it's going to have to be both of them if I'm going to have 2 of these machines. So let's do this for now. So do that and that. No, 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 no. It's a little bit higher up. And that. There we go. Oh, stop filling it up with the wrong stuff. No. Which one's this? This is the warm. Okay. So that needs to come there. Like that. There we go. This one is the super chilled. So it needs to go back under there. And something like that. And we'll work the complicated parts out of that later when a little bit nearer the time. But that should now feed everything in. Yeah, but where to? I mean, if I move the radar, then it's just going to be in the way of something else coming down the bus later. So, and yeah, delicious pasta. Nom 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 nom. That, and that. Hurrah! Now we're cooking with antimatter. Ah! I wonder how much power that's using. 258 megawatts. And that's on 103 megawatts. Jeez, that's kind of hungry. That is now has leapt right to the top of my. Oh no, it's not quite to the top of my. It was at the top of my absolutely everything. Jeez. Oh, because we've run out of particle stream as well. Why is this stopped? Oh no, it hasn't stopped. It just is working on it. Okay, so I'm probably going to need a few more of these in order to keep this beast satiated. But never mind. I'm also going to probably need a bit more solar in order to keep all of this satiated. But we do have actually got quite a big overhead at the moment. Quite a lot of headroom at the moment. So this is probably okay for now. But only for now. We shall see how long it lasts for. Okay, good. Sand. Deep. So that's this one, the annihilation data I'm working towards at the moment. That's everything. So I've got this pink stuff coming out here. I've got the purple stuff coming out here. Those two are what I need for this, along with the data cards as well, of course. And that's made in a particle collider, which goes in here, I guess. Blump, like so. And I say, annihilation data, please. And it goes, lols. And then I go like this. And maybe put these in as well. There we go. Oh, wait. What? If only I could sort of just rotate where the inputs are, because it'd be nice to have one of these on the top and one on the bottom, rather than top and side, because then I could run a pipe along the top and a pipe along the bottom, and it'd be easy. But no, 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 can't have any of that. That would be far too simple. So instead, I'm going to have to run a pipe along and then down, which is, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just mildly annoying. Okay, so we are going from here. We need. Can I squeeze one of these in? Yeah, maybe. So I'm going to need to have a belt come through here. So I can't fit that in there. Oh, unless I come around the bottom. No, let's go around the top, because why not? I mean, I could do some pasta spaghetti, some pipe pasta, but I won't. I'll use I'll put some 9. I'll use a 9 and a 5 to make a 14 instead of a 15. Like that, and then we can just jump in here with this sort of shenaniganery. That. There we go. That, yeah, is linked up correctly. It's just there isn't any at the moment because it's all turning into antimatter. Then this would be as simple. This is just going to be put that in the right place. This is going to be just the data cards. So that's easy. Shove those in and have some output on the bottom. And then we'll come back in a moment and see whether there are any weird outputs. Let's see if there are any. No, there's no weird outputs. Excellent. This is going to be an easy one. Apart from, you know, all the stuff I've just had to build. Splitter. Right. You can have those memory cards. Done. Right, that's one of them. Hurrah! That wasn't quite as painful as I was expecting. I mean, obviously this isn't fast enough. Well, probably this isn't fast enough. It's not guaranteed. It might actually be. It depends how much of these we need. It's not that much. It's only 5 for each one of these, and each time this runs, it produces 50. And there's lots left in there already. So until I end up needing loads and loads of it for other things, we seem to be okay. So let's just carry on. What's next is the question. So we've done the annihilation data, now hyperlattice data. So that's nanomaterials, naquium plate, and blank data cards. Are we making naquium plate here, or are we just going straight in with the ingots into something? No, we're just going straight in with the ingots there. Is there anything else that requires naquium? And there as well. Okay, so we're going to need to plate it up somewhere. I mean, that's not too much of a problem. As these things go, turning naquium into plates, not a headache. However, I will do that in a manufactory because it's quicker than using the. Or actually no, let's not. Let's use the cheap machines, just because I've got loads of these things and they are actually cheaper. I wonder, how cheap are they comparatively? So making one of these uses 4 assembly machine and actually quite a lot of other stuff. But it does run 10 times as fast. And I think I'm going to need quite a lot of NAC. Let's take that back. Let's use one of these, because I did notice from where I was doing it for the other thing, it was quite a slow process. And I suspect I'm going to get through quite a lot of Naquim plate. So that goes there, that goes there. That goes all the way across there. Oops. There. I do like the bus system. It just makes it nice and easy to link, bring all this stuff down here. But you do end up using a lot of belts and having a lot of stuff just sitting on the bus. And when it's something like Naquium, that feels slightly wrong because it's so expensive. I feel slightly bad about having quite so much of it just sitting on a belt like this. And I've run out of power. Power area coverage thingy. So let's put in another one of these. Doop. Right, Naquium plates. Good. Right, we also needed the nanomaterials. And I'm pretty sure I don't have any of that here yet. So I'll use the station for it. No, we're not bringing in. Hang on. Oh no, we are bringing. Yeah, we are bringing nanomaterials. We do have nanomaterials. It's all the way up here, but we have it. I'm doing that streamer thing where I say we when I'm just sort of really referring to a single player game that I'm kind of playing on my own, but maybe it makes you guys feel more included. I don't know. It seems to be a sort of fairly common thing. I guess it's sort of we're all in this together and that sort of thing. And if people can do it with sports teams, then I'm sure I can do it with computer games. So down here, nanomaterials. Right, let's have a look at this recipe again before I bring in things in the wrong place. So it's just nanomaterial, Naquin plates, and blank data cards into a laser facility, and it just produces the thing I actually want. This is, I am incredulous because laser facility, not thermodynamic facility. They look exactly the same, apart from a very, very slight color difference, but they are different. Okay, so we need 2 belts on the input here. One of them is getting the Naquium, so let's just. I know I'm certain I'm going to need more of this very, very soon. So I'm going to put a splitter in there and just flip that round like that. And then that and that. Oh yeah, I'm not foolish enough to think it's going to carry on being easy or anything, but but yeah. So one of them needs to come off here. Let's do that like that, and that one like that. That's an interesting thought. And then with the splitting off the Naquium into plates on planet side. Yeah, I definitely see your reasoning there, and it is sort of it makes a lot of sense. I don't know. We shall. I'm not going to for now. I might, if Naquium continues being a throughput problem, maybe I will later, when it's probably too late. Yeah. But for now, I'm not going to, mostly out of laziness. Okay, so for now, get this one and bring it down. No, bring it down here. Oh, I've run out of belts. What? Hacks. Okay, there we go. That's 2 of them anyway. So that's my first 2 deep space science packs. Why? Why would I move the inserted? I mean, now hang on. If you put it onto a splitter, it puts on the far side of the splitter, so I wouldn't get it coming down here, so that'd break it. No, I'm not going to do that. That would break everything. Now I'm running out of this stuff as well. Falling off the world. Stop the world. I've apparently got off. Am I running out of this? Yes, I am. Okay, time to go back and resupply. But that's 50% of the way through, just by counting number of things anyway. It's going to get a lot more complicated with the ones that require me to bring in massive quantities of the data cards from previous types of science packs. It's not going to get difficult, but it's going to get fiddly and a little bit repetitive and a little bit annoying. But it'll be manageable. Right, fill up on that, and then put some of it back because I don't actually need. Ah, no. What have I just put in here? No, do it properly. Right, now fill up on that and put a load of it back. There we go. And I need some belts as well. I'm going to take more belts with me because belts. I think I'm done. Slightly confusedly done, but done nonetheless. Let's get rid of the stone as well. Okay. Back across once again. Right. It's a long way across my space station. This isn't even it. This is just biological science. It's the next one. Here we go. Home from home. It occurs to me in one of my previous streams, I made last week, in fact, I made a blueprint for just going through and stripping out any spare space scaffolding from all of these things because I was actually running a bit short of it. Maybe I should do something like that again just to fill these gaps in a little bit. So it goes a little bit further. When you say uptime, are you asking how long I've been playing for? Because it's a very, very long time and it makes me sad to think about it. Singularity date. Okay, so now we're making Naquium cubes. Joy. Which is nanomaterial, oh, and vulcanite and vulcanite. I need to bring in some vulcanite. Everything else I've got. Okay. Oh, what was that in? I didn't actually look at it properly. Naquium cubes. Oh, and another material fabricator. Joy. Luckily, I brought more than one of them. In fact, I brought exactly 2 of them. How lucky is that? It's almost like I actually looked and counted. Right, so there's 4 inputs, one of which is a fluid. So let's leave a little bit of space. Oh no, I've got more than. I've got another. I've got one more of those. It was because it's the stack thing. Right, so we have 1 belt in, 2 belts in, 1 belt out, 1 fluid in because we're making Naquium cubes. And I can have that wherever I want. Do I want it top or bottom? Probably top, just because it feels right to have these things on the top for some reason. Oh, that's a pain. Pipe spaghetti it is. No, what? Something's in the wrong place here. Yeah, it's this. This belt's in the wrong place. And the next one as well. This should be, yeah, here. What? How on earth did I get this all wrong? Right, stop it. This is all horrible. That should be there, with that there, and there. And then that should be there. I suppose you can have another underground one there if you really want. Oh, then like that. I've done the same screw up down here with the Naquium. Oh dear, my inventory's full. Have some of that, please. Ah. Splat. Splurt, splut, splut. Naquium everywhere. Right, so this should actually be on this row. And then this shouldn't be here. This should then be here. I'll sort that out in a minute. Why is it... How did I get all of this so wrong? Why can't I even pick up a splitter? Oh. The splitter should go there. This should go there. Okay, so that's actually a really, really easy one. Put the belt in there like that. Rotate these. And then I can chuck the Naquium in my inventory onto this belt. Get rid of some of it. Some of it's going in the right place. Maybe I should be putting it in a chest for this, but I'm not gonna. Oh, do they? That makes sense. I thought yeah, I can see how that. I had a feeling I thought from somewhere, and I can't think. I couldn't tell you where off the top of my head. I thought that I found that inserters outputted onto the far side of splitters. I can't remember why I thought that, but it does sound like there's a. Don't throw it on the floor. It does sound like there's a suggestion from generally everyone that I'm wrong about that. So. Yeah. I still end up with more than I know what to do with. I can't put any more in here, can I? No. Okay. How did I get all of this so wrong? This is annoying. I mean, obviously I got it all wrong because I didn't count properly, but how did I manage? I don't actually know what question I'm asking here. Obviously I screwed up, but I'm not sure why, or what, or how, or stuff. That should actually, no, it should just go the other way. No, it can't because this is in the way. I'll have to do that then. No, there. Right, okay. Take all of this nonsense that I seem to be carrying now. Okay, and this is all wrong as well. Let's pick all this up. This should come down here. Oops. I think it must be bedtime because I'm starting to make stupid mistakes. I know it's only like 10 past 10, but I'm just tired. And this if I need to be honest, I think the limiting factor here is going to be the fact I've used a blue inserter there. But yeah, what I could do, I guess, is put that dumping onto there, and then I'd be able to fill both sides of it up with just a couple of inserters. That's not a bad idea. Let's put these in here though, because I've got a lot of them. I don't know what to do with. There we go. And in here, I'll get rid of these ones like that. And no, not those. Some of those. Right. Where was I? Oh yes, I was going to try and bring some naquium down. I remember. Naquium can be somewhere over here. Because I'm going to need quite a lot of it, I suspect. So yeah, maybe I will go for a faster belt there. Stop that. How much of everything does this need? Oh, it needs a lot of naquium. The naquium should be on the other belt then. I'm not very good at. Don't seem to be. As I say, getting tired. Not very good at attention to detail at the moment. Vulcanite and the nanomaterial doesn't matter with the rest of it because there's only one of each of those. So, but what I'm trying to do here is get the things that are used in larger quantities onto the belt that's nearer to the machine, because you can use faster inserters for short distances than you can for long distances. So you make sure that whatever's being passed over a long distance, and I've done it wrong here as well, is on the near side, is in the nearer belt. So let's try and redo this as well while I'm at it. The nanomaterial should be on the top one, and the other two should mix here. So if I do that, and this, and then bring that across here, then that's correct, but how the hell do I get these up here? I could do some genuinely awful spaghetti, or I could bring it, actually, if I bring it across at this height, then it only needs to be mildly awful spaghetti. So let's do that. so we're going to have this. Then we can't come through here because that's in the way. So we'll have to come through here. At which point this might as well be an underground like that, and that can then go in here. Do that and that and that. Delete all of this. Fill my inventory up with nanomaterial. Joy. And then a belt like this. I'll go and dump this all back in the railway station in a bit. Okay, there we go. That'll now work much, much better. And now we need to do the same sort of thing down here. So what was it? What was it I needed? So the vulcanite and the nanomaterial are a singleton each. Oh, I've done that already. So they can go in anywhere. The naquitite needs to be on the bottom one. So let's bring the let's mix them in here like this. Nanomaterial. Actually, no, let's bring the nanomaterial in here because I've got it already all set up, so I can do this a slightly more complicated, dirty way of just feeding this through like this at this point, like that. Then the naquium needs to come in across here, and then we bring the vulcanite in here. Have we got vulcanite? I have no idea. Not from there. Not from there. Not from there. So no, we haven't. Okay, that's okay. We have the technology to add vulcanite to the whole general system. So I'm going to need vulcanite, vulcanite, vulcanite. And here as well. No, it's in here. There we go, that one. That's 500 will do, I think. There we go. And that'll flow down this belt. I don't know, where is this space? So this is all used up, up to cross to here, basically. But there's plenty of space on the other side, and I think I'm probably going to, sooner or later, I'm going to move all of start to shift this across to the right a bit because there's going to be so many things coming in. So rather than shifting the railway lines, yeah, I think I'll do that. So let's do this and bring this down over here somewhere. What's this? This column is currently unused. Nice. That is not that column. This column. Just do that. As in navsat mode rather than map mode, or in which case I might have meant to put this down. But never mind. That'll all work, I think. Unjump. There we go. Right, so extend these across like so. Put in the inserters like so, and so, and so, and so. Right, that's my naquium cubes being made. That was reasonably easy, apart from the sheer cost of these particular machines. So we'll see how much we get, how much the cubes come through, how many cubes come through, and how much too slow it is. Basically, is what I'm trying to say here. We shall see. We shall see. I suspect it's going to be a lot too slow, but fingers crossed. Ah, and there's the vulcanite. Oh, and I knew I forgot. Put that there. Then I forgot the plasma stream. Let's bring that in at the bottom, actually. Change my mind because the top has got a bit too crowded because of the way I've done the inputs there. So we need this one brought down. Ah, for goodness sake! I've reused a column. Didn't want to do that. Shall I move the naquium? Yeah, let's move the naquium back one and try and do this sort of properly. It means I'm going to end up with even more of this nonsense in my inventory, but never mind. Yeah, there's nothing else in that column. Let's bring it out there. Put all of this into here. No, do put it in there. Right. I'm not feeling particularly organised. Let's do, in fact, let's do that, because then I can put more of this down here, because otherwise my inventory is just filling up to ridiculous levels and it's getting silly. Hurrah! That was all of it. Right. Problem sorted. This comes down here now. Once again, there isn't quite room for that in there, so I'll use the 9. I feel there should be an 11 or a 13 in here as well, but no, there isn't. So I'm coming back up from there, so let's use a 9. No, a 9 is too big. Let's use a 7. There. Pipe under. 1, 2, 3. And underground pipe from here to here, I suppose, and nope, like that. Pipe, pipe. Right, zappy zappy. That's now happy. That rhyming was completely unintentional. Right, now we're churning out these cubes. Great. Why did I want them again? Was for the singularity data, which requires an Acquium cube, entanglement data, and particle stream. I've got the particle stream coming down here. Entanglement data, I'm going to need to bring over from the energy science area. I think that's energy. So I guess that's going to be the next thing to do. Now there's 3 more slots available in here. So let's bring them all. Yeah, let's sort of turn them straight down. I think. Well, okay. There's the chemical gel there. So if we bring these, so that one for the chemical gel. So this one for that, and then what I'm going to do is I'll bring in the next 3 things there, and then the next station. Then I'm going to shift this. I'm going to shift the rails across actually, rather than shifting this across. So I'm going to make the bus wider on the left side rather than on the right side, because I think that's probably actually going to be easier. So this needs to bring in a quantity of enrichment. What was it called? Was it? I think. Oh, entanglement data. Pretty sure it was that one. But let's make sure first. Yes, entanglement data for that one, and bloomin' everything for that one. Okay, so this one is going to be the entanglement data. Entanglement data, that's U. Paste, paste, paste. Entanglement data, minus 100, I guess. Numbers. Bring a bit more of this down here. There we go. In fact, let's bring these belts down as well. Boop. While I'm here and looking at them. I do like the new feature of being able to just drag in a vaguely straight line and have it put the belts in the right place. That's very, very useful. Okay, and what am I making? What am I making the singularity data in? In a particle collider. Okay, that's a thing. And that take. So I'm making singularity data. Yes, so 4 inputs, but only 2 solid ones. Okay, that's not too bad. Honest. And once again, let's put in the splitter there. Have it feed. Ooh. Oh no, oh yeah, there'll be plenty of room for the. Especially if I do that for this one to come in through, and then I can have the pipes come along here for the what do you call it, for the coolant to be. Which way up shall I have it? Let's put it like that, and then I can put this one. In fact, then I can do this and underground belts, underground belts. If I've done it like that because that means I can then I can have them then separated. So whichever of these I need to extend, I can do it through sort of basically copying and pasting, and it'll actually work. Whereas if I just had it linked directly into this one, then I wouldn't have had to put the underground belts in on this side, But if I then put in another one of these machines here and didn't put in another one of these here, or rather, more likely if I didn't have them line up, which I can't do because this has so many different inputs, I can't chock them right up next to each other, but these ones I can, then it would cause problems. So this is the way. Right, entanglement data, that one. It's going to be the first one of these. Going to come across here like that. Yeah, all right. Well, oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This belt shouldn't be here. It should be further across. There is room for it actually. Okay, that's not so bad. But that does sort of imply that this should then be maybe be there. No, let's not do that. Let's have that there. I'm going to be optimistic and not put in a splitter because I suspect these data cards aren't going to be required anywhere else, but we shall see. Do you produce? Yes, you produce all kinds of unhelpfuls as well. So you. Oh, right, so you see this producing 50% chance of singularity data. The Naquium cube may come back out again, and we may get junk data cards out. Joy. So I need to feed the Naquium cube back up onto here. The way this is plumbed in, no, I want to future-proof it. So the Naquium cube can be brought up here. Take the Naquium cube, that one, off to the right, and bring it up like this. And it'll be on the outside, it'll be on the outside, it'll be on the outside. Oh yeah, that works perfectly. And then put another splitter here with an input priority of right, and output priority doesn't matter. Yes, jobs are good. That'll work nicely. On the outside. Yeah. So that'll loop that background. Then we have one in here that filters out the junk data cards, which is that one. Actually, no, better idea. No, that is the better idea. Let's leave it like that. Is there already a junk data card disposal system here? No, we've got scrap disposal, but not junk data card disposal. Oh, is it? Well, it's not the end of the world if it is, because I just need to come in here and turn this into a splitter instead of a curve. So it's not. It doesn't really matter. I can just yeah, not too worried about that. I can fix it if I need to. Quite easily. But yeah, I'm going to need another station here to take away the junk data cards, and potentially another station to take away the and yeah, sorry, I'm going to need a station to take away the junk data cards, and I'm going to need another one to bring in all the different types of science packs, data cards that are required. This belt shouldn't be here because the whole point of the bus system is you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have a gap of 2. So no, not you. 1, 2, so here. That one goes there. And then I suppose my junk data card disposal goes here. We'll take that back upwards, I think. And we'll put the junk data card disposal station in here. And then I can shift the rails across and put in the next drop-off station down here. I think that's probably the best way to do this. I'm going to need a little bit more of this. And this is the point where I wish I could just hold the button down and it gets smaller quickly. So that can go there. And then we have this. Goes from... Yeah, that is lined up, I think. So, lined up right? No. Yes. Oh, I miscounted. There should be 2 of these on the... Oh no, this was okay. This one was all right where it was. I miscounted. Fail. Okay, so let's put this one back in. Like that. I'm glad there isn't anything on these. Don't do that. On these belts yet. Get rid of this one. At least down as far as here. And then this will be an up belt like that. Get rid of this one. Like that. Okay, and then we need a junk data card pickup station in there, which I'm sure I'm going to have a bajillion of scattered around the factory. So I just need to find one. Here's one. That was easy. So we'll take a copy of this. I would like the tiles with that, please, and also train stop names. No, I don't think that matters. Don't want train stop names. And this goes in. Where am I? Up here. This goes in line with this one for the sake of neatness, and I want it right up here really, so I'll put it in there. I need to get a bit closer. Pretty sure my undergrounds are lined up correctly. I'll check them in a moment, but fairly sure. I mean, I'm not sure I'd want to put money on it, but I thought they were correct. That goes there, and then this signal has to move to nowhere. Okay, that's a pain. We can't get signal in there. It doesn't really matter. It's not vital. It's just quite nice to split these up into chunks. I didn't have one there either, which is I can't put one in there because it'll flash. So yeah, they're supposed to go in this point, but I haven't left enough room. So, but that's okay. I can go there. Right, and then this links to there like that, and I suppose we put in one of these here like so. Right, that's that. Yeah, pretty sure these line up. Yeah, it looks alright to me. It's slightly hard to tell from here without sort of putting an imaginary belt. Oop. Let's put in an imaginary belt. Let's just. Yes, assuming these ones are correct. Yeah, it's all fine. Yeah, they're all in the right place. There we go. Right, so this is done apart from getting those particular types of science packs in. No, but it's there. This is going to be the actual science packs themselves coming out, so I'll put them in there. This is the previous type of science pack coming through, like that. Let's nudge that across one like that. That's probably in the way of something else, but never mind. No, it's not actually. I think that's probably all right. Good. Right, so I need to bring in the entanglement data, but I'm going to carry on finishing things off around here first. So here we need a gravimetrics facility with a bajillion types of data cards coming in, and naquium cubes coming in, and feeding out the basically everything. Okay, I was going to put it in here so it unloads onto the same belt and just outputs down there, and they all go down the same magic chute and it all gets sorted out. However, or actually I still can. I just need to recess it further so that there's more of these things feeding the background again. This is going to be complicated. I'm going to melt my brain trying to get this to work, but I can probably get it to work. I can probably manage it. So as I say, recess it a little bit further. Put this here. We have an output there. Then we'll have input belts down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 inputs. That's a bit annoying. I could bring the naquium cubes in on the same side. Is there anything that's... What are my input quantities like? It's just one of everything. Oh, and thermofluid as well. Oh, this is going to be a mess. Let's move all that down one. So we'll output. Oh, I don't want to use a long one for the output. Oh, well, I haven't done coolants for this one yet. So I'll turn that around, and then at least it can use the same feed. This is going to be fiddly and annoying. I can tell because there's just so many different things required for it. Okay, let's bring the coolants down at least to start with. That isn't going to work, but never mind. I'll come back and fix it in a minute. And there. So here we have warm output at the bottom, which is this one. No. To there. To there. Doesn't reach. Too much stuff. Could bring it in. No, I'd have to bring it in here. Let's just do that. It doesn't really matter. Pipe, 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 and underground belts. Like that. This is going to get in the way of some of the splitters I was planning to put in, but I think it'll still be alright. In fact, I think it'll still be... Yeah, there's loads of space in the middle here for this. That should be okay. The only other thing is getting the chilled stuff round past this for the next one. Maybe I should bring that across above here, actually, in this gap. Yeah, this could work. So about here, we'll do this again. That's fine. I don't care about putting it in the way there. Pop up there and down. Oh, what? That isn't the way around I thought it was. Oh, nope. So come up there. Oh, there isn't room for that. Ah, it's tight and complicated and difficult. These are in the way down here. I've not... I feel like I've got loads of room, but somehow not left enough. Alright, let's have this come up here then. It's this one. Oh no, it still won't... Oh, it will if I... No, it won't. Oh, this is really awkward. Have some cubes. I'm going to have to come in at the bottom, aren't I, and just go up here. How far can we reach? We can reach to there, but that's awful as well. I've just put everything... I mean, yes, I could pick this up and just shift it all across or down or anywhere a little bit, but I've sort of got a bit stubborn. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Yeah, and I've been doing the sort of the just feeding it back round on belts. There isn't room to come in above because I can't get from here down here. Oh, actually, I suppose if I came in, yeah, if I came even further up, yeah, that would work. Come in there, like that, and then down like that. Yeah, all right, that works. Okay. I only hate it a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gloop. And yeah, I can kind of carry out that on along here and drop it down for the next one and the next one and the next one. Yeah, that's okay. That's tileable. Okay, I'm sort of okay with that. Sort of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Okay. done. What are you short? Oh, you're short of the entanglement data, but you've got everything else you need. And I think I've dealt with all of the outputs from that. Yes, I have kind of. Yeah, this is sort of way out. I'm probably going to stick with this for this one because I've already sort of thought about it and left the space for it. But having it putting out into a 2x2, what are they called in this? The strong boxes is a really nice idea. I do like that. Okay, so here we have an Aquium cube is going to come along here. Output, input. So an Aquium cubes are going to come through here somehow. Let's just okay. We're going to bring them out over here somewhere and bring them down. Oh god, that's where the vulcanite goes. As is traditional, I've not left enough space. Well, if we need vulcanite as well further down, I'll bring it down on the other side of this belt. Like that. Down here. Okay, yeah, this is all right. I think. Except there's another belt in the way. You can't do another belt going underneath there. So that'll have to go through there and then wiggle up. But that's okay. Let's swap those over. So I can do that and have it come right up over here, right over here. And we can output here and input here. I'm just trying to leave as much space as I can for these splitters because I think there's going to be a bit of pulling stuff. There's going to be a load of pulling stuff off required here, if you'll pardon the expression. I know I'm going to need more Naquium cubes. I'm going to put that in there. That there. Right. Okay, that's done. That's that input done. We might get some vulcanite down here as well. I don't care. It's not going to matter. Right. Then we're going to pull something out here. And oh no, I'm not left. There's not enough room for any of this. I thought I'd left loads and loads of room, but I actually haven't. It felt like there was loads of space, but now I've started putting things in it, and it turns out there isn't. What if... Yeah. Alright, let's remove all of this, because this is what's causing the problem. We'll have that coming round... Oh, there's not going to be room for that around the bottom. But that would mean I could fit a second one in there, a third one in there, and a fourth one in there, and that's enough. That's enough for all the outputs, I think. Because we're getting the card we actually want. Then 1, 2, 3. Oh no, there's loads. Oh, this is even worse than I thought. Okay. So many byproducts from this. It's ridiculous. Oh, bloody hell. Right. I hope that's going to be enough. So the first two, we've got the almost. I'd rather they all came out as junk data cards or blank data cards, perhaps. Well, I suppose then you'd have to re-expose them and regenerate them and stuff. I'd rather it produced two of these things each time it ran or something like that. That's how many? I don't know if the numbers quite add up. Anyway, what am I looking at here? We've got okay, so we've got lensing data is coming back out, and so is micro black hole data. So we'll say gravitational lensing data and micro black hole data are those two. We'll then combine them back into a belt, which will come down here and merge onto this one. So I need to make sure I get these in the right place when they're fed in. In fact, it might be easier to just get all the data cards coming in down here and then sort them out, to be honest. I'm probably going to end up doing that. Oh, and hey, you know what I can do? I can make this come in here like this and feed the Naquium cubes in here, so it's not going to be quite as difficult as I thought. Yeah, there's supposed to be, or at least I've got the impression that there's supposed to be a conservation of data cards in this game. So you always, everything you do, you'll always get the same number of data cards out as you put in. That can't go there. Just in total, data card wise total. I mean, I'm not I wouldn't like to say that's absolutely certain 100% designed that way and so on, and there's nowhere where it messes up. But I get the impression that there's supposed to be a conservation of data cards. It seems to work that way, at least, is what I'm trying to say. Right, so there we go. That's the 4 data card inputs. I've got the loopbacks for all of those. We're dealing with junk data cards already. So we've got the blank data cards and the broken data cards to deal with, and the coolant, but that's not so much of a problem. And the ones we actually want will just flow straight through all of these, and they'll end up on this belt with the ones from this machine as well. So we'll get both data. So we'll get all 4 data cards that we want on these 2 belts here. Right. So these ones need to pull out blank data cards and broken data cards. Now I have a feeling that over here I've set up my formatting system to be happy with, yes, broken data cards and junk data cards. And then up here we're sorting out the... Okay, so here we're sorting out the broken ones. The stuff that comes out of here, we get these take in the junk ones and output the formatted ones. So I could actually bring the formatted ones over here as well, and they'll just go back into the system. Because, although that said, I mean, I do need some data cards over here, so I should be able to feed the formatted data cards out of this back in for something else, and maybe up here if I had to. I don't want to push them all the way back up here. I want to put them back onto this belt and have them go further down to the next tier of science, which is presumably some of these are going to take in data cards, maybe. Nope, they're all just Arcosphere stuff. Those taking do any of these take in data? I'm going to have fun with this, I can tell. I'm trying to learn how Arcosphere folding works. Right, so there's nothing else. Nothing else that uses data cards. If only I'd done this in reverse order, then this would have been able to feed them into this belt up here somewhere, and they'd have got used up by this stage and this stage. I'm not sure whether I'm sure enough to want to just go, I'll feed them back up, it's fine. Let's do that. So that gets rid of the broken data cards. Anyway, this is what I was doing before, and is why the game keeps moaning at me that I've got unexpected items in train handling area. Then we go in here and we just do that here, so everything gets loaded onto these trains. Yeah, because I am passing unexpected stuff over, but yeah. Filter insert going to find. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I could. Yeah, it's true. I could put in filter exerters on the outputs and put them onto different places. Yeah, that would be a perfectly valid way of doing it. Actually, come to think of it, I haven't done it that way, but that would be a way to do it, and I just haven't. Let's get rid of that for now because I don't want to put stuff on there because it'll break things. Yeah, that's actually quite a good idea. It would do some. It would pre-filter some of the stuff, although I don't know if that would really be sufficient, because I'd have to do all of the outputs on filter inserters, which means I'd then run out of belts. Because I need 3 belts worth of inputs because I've got 5 different things being inputted, and you can only reach 4 different belts with inserters without doing funny business. Now, granted, I could do some funny business. Um, Yeah, it's an interesting idea, and it's yeah, I think I find the idea of putting all of the intermediate products out into a temporary bin um, more interesting. I think that has some definite potential. Although with it being 60%, I think that might break because you'd have it would alternate between whether it was taking them in from the belts or from the bin, and so at 60% coming out, you'd eventually fill the bin up, I think, and then you'd feel silly. Right. There we go. Right. Phew. Coolant. Ooh, missed. What are you? Oh, this is the super chill. Okay. Bring that down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dunk. Dunk. Right. That's now got. We've now got all of the inputs for all of the stuff all around here, all, except for all the data cards that I need to bring in from elsewhere. I think I'm going to set up a station just for this one that unloads all of this nonsense. Just because then I can have it all in one place. It's a bit neater, it's a bit smaller, and feel a bit happier with it, I think. Let's put in the undergrounds. Going underground, going underground. Da-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-bum. Better forget one somewhere. I think I've got them all there, but I better. Actually looks okay. Right, so those can all be brought in along those belts, and we'll do the merging in over here. So, as I said, I'm going to bring the railway line in a bit here. So that joins there, so we can get rid of this bit. Let's do that. That's quite a lot of extra stuff. Let's do that. That's loads of extra space. Yeah, so I'll give me a bit more room for trains and things. Then I'm going to have an unloading station in right over here. Some sort of sorting system here to get all of the memory cards into the data cards into the right places. Feed them all the way up to here. Then that can ingest them and deal with them. Right. That seems reasonably straightforward. Reasonably. Kind of. Sort of. Manageable at the very least. It doesn't make me cry too much thinking about it. That's probably about the level. That's about the best I'm going to get, isn't it? So give me that. Not this bit. With tiles. I haven't got the station. Give me that. Oh, no. Third time lucky. Give me that. Not this bit. Keep the tiles. Don't keep the train stop names. Get rid of that so it unlinks there. That looks good. Oh, don't need any of this. Right, so that drops in over about here. Yeah, this looks good. I hope I can link this railway line up. I can't. This side might be okay. Oh, for goodness sake. Can I do that? No. Why is everything broken? So from here, where can I even join onto? So would have to be there. There's no way I'm going to be able to get onto that without some sort of stupid loop. I could do that, I suppose. It's ugly, but it'll... Oh. All right, whatever. This one I'll bring down to here, and I'll just move the loop down a bit, because that's easy. And then that can go to there. We'll just get rid of this bit in the middle. Oh. I feel like I'm losing the plot slightly. Can you tell? Is it obvious? Did I ever have a plot in the first place? I wouldn't like to say. Let's try this bit again. There we go. That bit can go there. Not you. Right, well, we've still got this weird kink in here, but I can't bring this down any sooner, and I can't bring this... Oh, I can't bring this up across anymore. I could move the entire rail system across a left a tiny bit, including this bit, but this'll do. I don't care. I've had enough. Right, so you don't request any of this stuff. Don't want any of that. You don't have any of this stuff programmed in. Don't need any of that. Right, so over here we have the two of one type of data coming in here. In fact, you know what? Let's do this properly. Oh, for this curve. Yeah, I suppose I could have it come around like that. That might be slightly less bad. Yeah, never mind. Oh, no, I wanted that one. And, you know, given what I'm doing now, I should have moved the whole thing down a little bit. And then, in fact, if I move the whole thing down a little bit, then that'll solve all these problems, and I won't, and I won't be doing all this weird, ugly stuff in the middle here. So let's do that. Right. Get rid of all of that. Oh, I'm going to need to put in a load of scaffolding down here because I don't know exactly where it's going to land. But I can rip that up again later. Paste that in. It's still having problems because of the size of... Alright, I'll put it in there. That means I can then have that loop into there. Still doesn't fit. And if I do that, it's not going to join onto there, is it? That doesn't go up there. No, it doesn't. I haven't made it any better. I don't think I've made it any worse though, so I'll settle for that. I've made this bit a little bit better because now that can go across there without any sort of unnecessary wandering of the belts. Like that, and then this one can just trivially come up here like that. Okay, I feel a little bit better about the belts at least, even if the railway line is still a monstrosity. I should put some more signals in over there as well. And how many of these are the wrong way around? You are. You're not. You're... It's almost worse because there's a mixture of them being the right way around and the wrong way around across here. No, these all seem to be okay now. Right, okay. Power. Why am I using these rather than the massive pylon things? I don't know. Just habit as much as basically. Right. Okay. So now I need to remember these. So gravitational lensing, negative pressure data, micro black holes, and 0-point energy. Did anyone remember all of those? So it's micro black holes, gravitational lensing, 0-point energy, and then over here, I can't remember. So, gravitational lensing, check. Micro black holes, check. Negative pressure data, no. Negative pressure data then. It's the other one. That looks like that one. I still don't entirely understand what negative pressure data is, but I did discover from Wikipedia that it is apparently a real thing. That one. That one. And that one. Okay. I think what I want to do, I know I should now be able to just fly over here and go, right, I know where all of the datas are going to be as they come in, therefore I know where they're going to be as they come back out again. It's easy, but because I think I don't entirely trust myself to get that right, I'm going to I'm going to come back. I'm going to come over here and let this run a little bit, and then work it out once I've got the data cards over here and I can see where they are, and then program all of these up correctly. Still haven't done anything with these. Let's put in a belt to cuddle them and hold them for the moment until I decide what I'm actually going to do with them. Let's put it in a square lower so it can actually. Oh no, it still won't be able to escape. Let's put it in here so there's somewhere for it to escape. I'll probably feed it back up in a unallowed place and then feed it back into here and use it for this one, probably. But we'll see how that goes. Right. Let's go and put in some stations. Some pickup stations, in fact. It's 11 o'clock. I sort of want to finish and go to bed because I have been absolutely exhausted all week. But I also kind of want to get this finished. It is a difficult decision. Dilemma, whatever. I've gone too far again. Over here. Energy datas. Right. Which one was it again? It was the... for this one I needed entanglement data. Alright, where the blooming heck am I doing that? What did it look like? Okay, two swirly things joined together. So it's not those three. It's not that one. Wrong kind of swirly things. Still the wrong kind of swirly things. Still the wrong. Yeah, not these. Not that. No, it's not the footballs. Not that one. Wow, it's quite an advanced type of data card for it to be stealing. Here we go. This one. Right. So. Oh, there's a nice big space here for a station. That's convenient. So do that, and I want this one to say take away the quantum entanglement data, which is that one on the right, because then I can do that, and then pull it out here. Not as trivially as I hoped, because somebody's left a load of pipes in the way. Unhelpful. Unless 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. I obviously something was squeezed in as an afterthought up here. I think probably this one because this is a weird temperature to be using. So the sets of 5 have been broken. Okay, and that needs to go into a pickup station, which will be a lot like, it could be just like this one, or it could be just like that one over there, which doesn't have stuff in the way of it. So let's copy this one. It needs to be at this point so I can get in and out from it. Oh, which means things aren't going to fit. Joy. So how did I do this one? Oh, I brought that belt came back out again later. That's unhelpful. Okay, so I'm gonna still need it to be here. Here-ish. I could put it down. I could put it here, I guess, and have the belt feed the other way along it. That'll work. So if I put that in there, like that, I can then have this go like this along here, under there, and then back on there. Gather up all of this because I don't need any of that at the moment, and then from here. Oh, actually, I've left a bit of extra space. That's fine. So I can do that. That'll then put so the cars will come out there, come around here, onto here. You guys are to do entanglement data, which is that one. This is a pickup station, so I don't need to reprogram that. That just needs to go there. That, no. That there. These, I suppose it does need to be about that. It needs to be a 40 stacks between them. So 40 divided by 6 is 7. Well, yeah, okay, it doesn't need to be that much. Okay, that's fine. That'll fill up. When we get enough in there, it'll summon a train. Good. Right, so I put that there. They'll start to flow out now, and we'll start making. Yep, it's the right ones flowing through. That's good. They'll come around here. They'll get loaded in here. These will gradually fill up. Eventually, we'll have enough for a train to be summoned, and it'll pick them up. So it's not that difficult to set up these stations to come out to grab these things. It's going to take a while to generate enough of these memory cards to bring over a train load, but then that train load is going to last for a long time. So that's probably okay. It's going to put quite a drain on the energy science resources, though. But never mind. That's what it's there for. That's what resources are for, right? So somewhere down here, we need all of the other types of data. Now, I don't know if any of these are going to be the simple datas from here. I don't think they are. These are all the tier. Is this tier 1 and tier 2? Yes, it is. So it's none of those. Those are all simple. Those are all still simple. Oh, what have we got here? No, I don't think any of those are the right ones either. Let's look at the names. This might help. Microwave, no. X-ray, no. Gravitational lensing. Yes, we need that one. Is there room for a station here? There is. There's room for a station down here. Which one was gravitational lensing? Okay, the black one with the black circles on it. So is this one? I think. Yeah, this one, in fact. So if I split it out from... how can I split it out from here? Not easily is the answer. I could... Yeah, if I put... Oh, no, that still needs to be there. Right. If I put that there, like that, and I can put another one of these there. There we go. That'll work. They don't look the same there as there because the different parts of the picture covered up. But that is correct. Can then break this out here, take it over, put a station in down here for that one, like this. This is in the wrong place, but never mind. That can be turned around easily enough. This can be linked into the rails down here. Yep, like that. And up here like that. Simple. I don't know why some of these are powered and some of them aren't. Is this just because these are all ghosts? Yes, it is. I've run out of inserters. Okay. But I can get some power over here like that. Then there was my thing. So this isn't actually too difficult. It's fiddly and a little bit frustrating isn't quite the right word, but it's a little bit of a faff to get it all in and working. But it's not actually that bad. Perhaps not as bad as I feared. And it doesn't help that I put this pipe in the wrong place. See, this is what this children is why it's important to actually set your buses up properly with all the right gaps in all the right places. Otherwise, you end up with this sort of ridiculous headache, and you end up wondering why on earth you didn't just set things properly in the first place. 7? No, let's make that a 9, because then I can just put the this further down like that. There we go. Okay, so over here. Oh, these are all ghosts, so I can't program them. Right, let's go and get some more inserters. Let's stop picking up all of these things until I decide which ones I actually want. Ooh, fly between the spaceships. Well done there. I've still got a decent whack of this stuff. I'm setting up a lot of stations, so let's nudge that up to 100. 100 filter stack inserters, just so I make sure I don't run out. Are we getting those? Yeah, they're on their way. Okay. Alright, back over to down here where I was busily setting up a thing. Oh, it's just below these ones, I remember. Nope, those ones there, in fact. Right, you guys are supposed to be gravitational lensing data, which is that one. Right, that's 2 out of 5 done. Let's see if I can see how long I can. Let's have a quick mental refresh. So I've done lens, negative pressure, micro black hole, and 0-point energy. Right. I don't think that's any of the. Oh, here we go. Here's negative pressure data. Yeah, thank you. Space exploration, yes, is a lot of fun, a lot of interesting, and a lot of headache. Right, here, negative pressure data it's all over the place around here. So I reckon I can pull this out along here somewhere, but there's nowhere to put a station in. Might have to do that. Might have to head back up here and put the station in up here. Like this. What am I checking on the station? It is a bit of a grind, but it's also it's varied enough that you're always doing something. It feels like you're always doing something a bit different. It's not too repetitive most of the time. But there's always something new to play with. Essentially, is I think what I'm trying to say here. At least I feel that way. If you don't, then fair enough. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate on what I'm doing here, which makes it difficult to stream and talk at the same time. Right, okay, up there. Bring that across like that. I am once again breaking all my rules about how buses should be set up. There are definitely some headaches in there. What am I checking about? Was it this station you wanted me to check? Because it looks to be going okay. Yes. Yeah, things do get quite big. You're not wrong there. This is just my space station. But I think that's part of the fun. It is quite entertaining when you put down one of the normal assembly machines next to, say, something like this radio telescope, and you go, "It's tiny. I can't believe I thought these machines were big before." Or when you go back and play play vanilla or a different mod pack, and you're putting in, and all the machines just seem so small compared to what you've got used to. Oh yeah, you're right. The station itself is missing. Well spotted. That's weird. Um, hmm. Don't know why that happened, but thank you for pointing that out. That I would have been scratching my head for a long time over that one. Thank you. All right. What were the other two? Micro black holes and 0 point energy. So that's one of them. Couldn't tell you which. 0 point energy, and this is micro black holes. So I need two of them, and I need to take them out somewhere to stations in this sort of vicinity. But it's kind of full. I guess I'll just extend further down actually, because it's pretty solid stations all the way along here. I don't think there's really room to put anything else in. So I think I'll just tack another couple on the bottom. That's probably going to be the easiest way, and then pull them off downwards and across the stations. That's not too bad. I can manage. I can deal with that. So put one in there. Oh, missed. And one in then about there will do, I think. Just extend the whole thing a little bit further. Yeah, I'll be fine. Now these belts, once again, the belts are completely wrong, but that's fine. I can deal with that. I'm not sure I can deal with running out of space rail though. That could be a problem. There we go. Not enough space rails. Okay, that's another minor problem. I mean, these are all minor problems that I can deal with without any significant issues, but still, there's a lot of them. So along here, we need to strip out these must be the micro black holes. Yes, these are micro black holes on this side. These are the I can't even remember now. What they're actually called almost doesn't matter. So I'll put that there, and I guess I'll do that and then filter them afterwards. That's a bit ugly, but never mind. Let's do that. So we want the 0 point energy data here coming out on the right, I guess. Sure, why not? And here we want the micro black hole data coming out on the I actually don't care which side. So that does that, that does that. Underground like that. Fed in there, and we have another splitter there. And yeah, good. We now have those two. What I'll do here, for the sake of neatness and stuff, let's do that, but properly. And then run this across like this. And okay, again, might as well try and do these things a little bit properly. Not that I can here. Yeah, I got to this point and I thought I'm not going to need to build anything else for the astroscience, so I'll just whack this belt through wherever it's easiest to. I just didn't worry about it. Little did I know, eh? And we'll split those out here. And we want them. I mean, it doesn't matter. We'll have the micro black hole. Okay, we'll do it that way around. Sure. I don't actually care. Then this comes down along here. Up there. Up there. That's in the wrong place. There. And nope. There. And that. And that. Right. Now I have to get it the right way around. So this is the 0 point energy data. I think. Yes, it is. Across all of those. And then down here we have the black hole, micro black hole things, which is that one. That's all, yep, all linked up. I just need to go and get a little bit more. A little bit more space rail, and then I can finish that off. Right, nearly there. This has taken a little bit longer than I was. Actually, no, it hasn't. It's not taken any longer than I was expecting. I knew this was going to be a big job. Where's up here? Here we go. I'm not at all surprised. Let's take 500 of that. But I am this close, he says, holding his fingers quite close together where you can't see them. This close to finishing it. So that's quite satisfying. Now, granted, this is only going to... Actually, this isn't even going to be the catalogues. This is just going to be all of the data card types. But still, I feel like, given this game, that still feels like quite an achievement. No, no, yes. That one. And down here, we need to extend this in a loop like that, and like that. And I might as well get rid of this loop back, because the trains can go a little bit further. It doesn't really matter. And in the interest of just sort of keeping things signaled properly, let's put in a few extra signals. That should be, sorry, not there. There and there. That's the sort of gap they're supposed to be in. And we'll put a couple of them up here as well, because you never know. I might get a lot of trains trying to come through here. Oop, there's already one there. That's close enough. Right. So, I mean, it's not working. Well, it is working. They're just coming through very, very slowly. I don't know whether I need to go in and try and boost how fast these are being made, because they're not filling this thing up very quickly. But they're supposed to be being made at 1 every 5 seconds, which is enough to keep this running. So I think this is just one of those buffer things where it's going to take a long time for the buffers to fill up, but once they do, things are generally going to be okay. Let's have a look around. Where's the first one I did? Was this the first one I did? It was. And yeah, they're trickling in. And then the energy science one up here somewhere. This one? Yeah. We've got one of them. One of the things is filled. The second one is 2/3 full, and then the rest of them are sort of waiting. So we're, I don't know, 20% maybe, something like that. Need to get up to 50 times 40, 2,000, and it's at 600. So it's about nearly. I was going to say call it a third. It's not quite a third, but it's close enough. Right. So those will then allow me to bring all of those data cards over to these stations here. They'll flood down from, eventually, once we get that, it gets up to 1,000, not 624. Those will pour down here into here. We'll start making that stuff. Then we'll eventually get these astronomic ones coming over, flood along here, into here. We can start making that. And I'm cautiously optimistic, shall we say, that then that'll just pump them through here, and they'll come out here, and we'll have all the data types coming down here. That means I now need to put in some supercomputers down here, and I strongly suspect, given that this is now the deep space science catalogues, we're going to need neural supercomputers for this in order to because it's the more complicated thing. And it's going to take 17.5 seconds to make one of these. Now that's an annoying number. Everything else has been divisible by 5, so I've had everything else making one thing every 5 seconds. This takes 17.5 seconds. That's not divisible by 5, so I'll need 3 of. I could use 3 of them and some speed modules, I suppose, to nudge it up the extra little bit, or I could just put in 4 and have them being made and have them one of the machines not running quite flat out, or just make them slightly quicker. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of waiting for all those cards to come through. Do I have the supercomputers? Let's have a look. They'll be over here somewhere. I've got 3. Is that because that's how many I'm making? No, I'm trying to make 8. It's because I've run out of something. I've run out of bioelectric data. That's a stupid thing to give to. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Having to use data cards to make stuff. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay, let's grab some more bioelectric data cards. So I've at least got these computers. Are you happy? Yeah. Oh yeah, this just uses basic stuff. That's fine then. Because I would also like to upgrade the supercomputers here to tier 3, just to make this a little bit more efficient with the reconstitution of the memory cards. Oh, and you know the other thing I need to do? I need to do something with those. I need to do something with the formatted blank data cards that are coming back out of that machine that overshot that's up here, because I haven't done anything with that belt yet. It's true. I can always increase production here, there, and everywhere. I just semi arbitrarily picked 1 every 5 seconds as a good number for all of my data cards and science packs and everything to be produced at. And so far, I haven't had cause to regret it. Yeah. It's entirely arbitrary, I will happily admit that, but it's been a convenient number for a while. There we go. That'll dispose of those. It's in a place where you're not supposed to put these things, but don't care. Right, let's... Oops. Which side of the belt are they going to be on? Let's make sure they're on both sides of the belt. Now just feed them in there. This is going to always take from the bottom. So from the outside, the right side of the belt, in fact. I think they might be on the right-hand side of the belt, actually. Yes, because they're coming out of this. So they're always going to be... Okay, that happens just through sheer luck is going to be correct. So I want your input priorities to be your left side, so they'll get these ones first. Yeah, so they'll definitely be used up first by this one, and oh, conveniently by no, not by this one. This will use the ones on the left first, but I'm hoping that this will use them up at the rate that the other one will chuck them out, because this is using. Let's check the numbers. This is using 1 data card for every one that it creates. So fine, that's nice and straightforward. This is spitting out 0.6 for every 0.6 it creates. So it's spitting out 1 for every 1 it creates. So that's the same. So in theory, that should mean that the ones that are produced by this will be used up by the other one at the same rate, because I'm assuming, let's check this, because this uses 1 of each of them. So that should balance perfectly, as all things should be, as Thanos would say. So I think that's correct. Well, we shall find out, but but I'm cautiously optimistic. If not, then I'll split it onto, and then I'll dump it onto both sides of the belt, and we'll use them up at twice the rate. Yeah, I forgot to bring a drink with me for this stream, which is a bit of a mistake. Right. Yeah, I'm going to call this a good point to stop, I think. Let's go and grab some of that, whatever it was, the Riddler data, and shove that in to make some supercomputers, and then call it quits. Where is Riddler data made? I can't focus on it, it's moving too quickly. Nope. I think that's the wrong sort of question mark. Yes, this is the one. You can see why I call it Riddler data. It's got the question marks on it. Yes, that is a Batman thing, reference, whatever. Do. It still feels a little bit weird to me to be using these data cards in... oh, that's a lot. Using these data cards in making buildings. Using them, sort of passing them around internally for different science packs. Sure, it sort of makes sense. But using them for modules and buildings, it still feels a little bit weird. It might just be because I'm carrying them all around by hand and I haven't automated any of this stuff. I don't know. But along here somewhere, we have a machine that makes supercomputers, but uses a load of these data packs to do so. So I'll feed a load to it. How much does it use, incidentally? 100. Jeez. These supercomputers are pricey. But let's take those. How many hundred did I bring over? Not that many hundred. No. Okay, I haven't really brought enough. There's like 50 in there, and that's going to make another one. Let's go and get some more Riddler data when I've done this. But yeah, the sheer quantity of data cards I'm getting through for everything now makes me think it's very, very worth coming up here and upgrading these computers that are doing the formatting. Oh, they're not. I didn't bring enough because there weren't enough. Where are they? There they are. Blort, blort, blort. I can put in more speed modules here as well now. I don't know if it's worth it, but let's change the recipe to the tier 3 formattings. There we go. Plus. Oh, that requires super cooled thermofluid, whereas I'm only using mildly chilly thermofluid. Okay, so that's easy enough actually. We can cut that, empty that, and join that. And it's not going anywhere else, it's just for these computers, so that's absolutely fine. Okay, this one is now actually broken because because of the coolant things problem. But let's give these some more speed modules while I'm at it. Get them going a little bit quicker. Pull that one up as well because it ain't doing anything. I was going to say we've got a bit of a backlog. We actually haven't. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. No, it's just the natural shape you get when you put loads and loads of engines on the back of it. You're the first person to comment on that, though. So obviously it's just, you know, something on your mind, something you want to tell us about. Paging Dr. Freud. You know, given the username, I'm gonna be extra suspicious of that. No mocking my engine balls. Let's try and get another few hundred of these. Oh, I've got loads of... I think I'm going to have to spend some time either in the next stream or ideally before the next stream, just going around and dumping all this. Oh, that's all of them. They're being made slowly. Like one every 5 seconds, and I'm trying to dump 100 of them into computers. So that's like 10... It's basically, each of these supercomputers is about 10 minutes worth of production of these data cards. That's another way of looking at it. It's kind of horrific. Yeah, true. Priorities are important. Computers. You have those, and you have where are the ones I brought back? There they are. Let's recycle them. Recycling is good, okay? Right, yeah, as I say, basically everything from about here downwards I need to get rid of and find an appropriate place to dump it and just to unload it out of my inventory and get rid of it. Just tidy things up a bit. But I think, as I say, now once letting the system run a little bit, I'm now going to have all of those data cards, and all it's going to take now is some of these supercomputers, ideally 4 of them, which I've got. That's nice, excellent. Is this going to build another one? No, it's not. Just about enough of those. So I'll head over, put those in place next time, and we'll start getting some data cards out. No, some actual catalogs out, and then from there, I'll then need to. I'll need to put Naquium cubes into a station as well because I'm gonna need those up at the what's name science processing. Signated, all the rest of the stuff is up there already, so that's not going to be too bad. Right. So next time we shall hopefully have Deep Space Science 2. I don't see any more serious problems in there. But there is going to definitely be some scaling up required. For now, I've just gone in, I've put in one of each machine. Once I start actually churning through and making the catalogs, we're going to realise where all of the bottlenecks are. I'm going to have to come through. I mean, for example, let's see. For example, this one takes 30 seconds to make, so I'm going to need 6 of these. This one takes 5 seconds, so I don't need any more of those. That one's okay. This is a 40-second build, so I'm presumably going to need 8. Oh, no, 40-second build, but it makes 6 each time. So I'm going to need 1 1/3 of those, I think. Yes, 1 1/3 of those, so 2. This one takes 5 seconds, so again, that one's fine. But then we're probably going to find that some of these things making the materials for those are going to also need a bit of a boost as well, because they won't be able to keep up. But it's going to be in a bit of an adventure. This one here is going to need, almost certainly going to need to be faster, because I'm going to be taking those away by train as well. So I'll try and squeeze in another railway station somewhere. Don't know where, given what's going on here, but I'll fit a station in somewhere. I could just put it off this line, or on the other side of here. Um, there are ways. There's always a way. So yeah, I'll get all of that fitted in there somehow and up and working, and we'll have some. Then hopefully we'll have some deep space science too. And what can we make from that? Well, from that, once I've got that level of research, level of science, I can do arcosphere folding. That's going to be probably the big thing. Life support 4, sure. I mean, yeah, I probably could put better life support in. That's probably a good idea actually. I don't know what else I'm going to be. Oh, bigger spaceships, better belts, better mining, more science, more science. Yeah, we'll just see how it goes. So yes, thank you all for watching. There'll be, as always, there'll be a summary video talking about the stuff I've been up to at the weekend, along with one for the Minecraft stream. This Minecraft stream happens on Monday evenings, 7:30. So yeah, don't forget to come along to that. It's getting more entertaining now because we're not just sort of playing around with hitting things with hammers and picks for anymore. We're actually starting to build machines and getting in some automation now. So it's a little bit Factorio. So I know you like Factorio, so you never know, you might find you enjoy our Minecraft stream more than you'd expect. We've got GTA videos on Thursdays as well. They're good for a watch. I've been fiddling around with those a little bit. Got some new ideas in there, so there's always something new happening in those. And there's random other videos coming out here, hither and yon, and yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy the whole lot. So I hope to see you in the future for all these videos. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. I'm off to bed. Good night, all.